Women's rights are human right, and human rights are women's right, once and for all. I am not free, while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own. Human rights are not a privilege conferred by government. They are every human being's entitlement by virtue of his humanity. Jai Hind, esteemed guests, HOIs, faculty members, students, and all other dignitaries from the National Human Rights Commission. I extend my warm welcome as we have all gathered here today at our prestigious institution, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, Meerut. It is indeed a momentous occasion as we all have gathered here for the one-day training program on human rights and women's rights, a collaborative effort that promises to be a beacon of enlightenment and empowerment.
Owing foundations to 2002 with the blessings of Bar Council of India and the government of Uttar Pradesh, our institute stands tall on the principles of great Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. We are committed not just to academic excellence but also to the practical training that shapes the future guardians of law and justice. Nestled in green, lush environment, our campus is a testament to the vision of creating a nurturing ground for the minds that aspire to make a difference.
Our accolades speak volumes of dedication. Ranked among the 25 law colleges by Aspire India Today in 2018 and honored with the Best Academic Curriculum Award, our journey has been one of the relentless pursuit of excellence. Recognition by the GHRDC as the top institution in the category of excellence and our ranking within Uttar Pradesh are milestones that mark our path. The titles of the Best Emerging Law College and the top CSR Law School of India by Competition Success Review further solidify our standing as a leading light in legal education.
Today, we delve into an issue close to the heart of humanity and integral to the fabric of our society: human rights and women's rights. Echoing the word of G.D. Anderson, feminism isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. It is about changing the way the world perceives that strength. Our seminar is anchored in the transformative ambition of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which aims to realize the human rights of all, underscored by the universal mantra of leaving no one behind. Gender equality is not a fundamental human right, but the cornerstone of a progressive society. The treatment of women and the roles they are accorded are definitive measures of a society's strength and integrity. Today's training program is designed to shed light on the multifaceted aspect of human and women's rights. From the attainment of sustainable development goals to exploring Dr. Ambedkar's vision on financial stability among women, our discussions are set to cover a broad spectrum on pertinent issues.
Our sub-themes are thoughtfully chosen to ignite conversations that matter: the attainment of SDGs and the human rights of women, gender equality and human rights of vulnerable gender, human rights attainment and Ambedkar's vision on financial stability among women, gender equality, need of the time, the role of law students and civil society in the attainment of gender justice, the role of higher education institutions to ensure gender equality, and any other human rights issues connected within the theme.
As we embark on this journey of learning and enlightenment, let us pledge to be the torchbearers of change, advocates of equality, and champions of human rights. May today's program not only educate and inform, but also inspire each one of us to play an active role in shaping a world where rights are not just recognized, but are a lived reality for all, irrespective of gender.
Thank you for being a part of this significant day. Let us come together and make it a stepping stone towards a more equitable and just society. Before plunging into the event, I humbly request Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul Sir, Shri Shyam Lal Sir, Honorable Justice Dr. Rajesh Chandra Sir, Dr. Vinita Kaul Ma'am, Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh Sir, and Honorable Pro VC Sir and our Honorable Dean Sir, to kindly come up on the stage and form the dais. Here at Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, we follow a tradition of welcoming our guests with a plant as a symbol of constant growth and prosperity. And for the same, I request Pinto sir to kindly welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul sir. We extend our warm welcome to all of you. Moving on. Darkness can never dispel ignorance, only light can. Lamp lightning radiates positivity in the entire atmosphere. And by evoking Goddess Saraswati, we ask for knowledge and wisdom.
We seek her blessings for all of us and to instill her inner peace, spiritual well-being and guidance towards the rightful path. I request all the E's on the stage to please proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Jai Hind to one and all present here in the Sardar Patel Auditorium. I, Dr. Reena Bishnoi, feel privileged to have been given opportunity to welcome address to everyone on the occasion of this inaugural ceremony of one-day training program, come National Seminar on the topic Human Rights and Women Rights, sponsored by National Human Rights Commission, organized by Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. No doubt, it is a great responsibility to empower women. Also, it is necessary for gender equality. Moreover, society is better when the women are given equal respect and are not taken for granted. Women are the one who brings life, and every woman is extraordinary, no matter where she works, whether it is a home or office. Now, women are given equal opportunity at workplace and are allowed to stand among at the times ahead of men in many fields. If everything is good, then what is the need to discuss the topic of human rights and women rights? Last year we have organized the national seminar on the same topic, and this year again, topic is same. There is a reason behind that. As we can see that every day, everywhere in the newspaper, TV channels and electronic devices are presenting the violation of human rights of women. The Constitution of India also guarantees the equality of rights of men and women. However, in the sphere of women's human right in India, there exists a wide gap between the theory and practice. Women are facing discrimination, injustice, and dishonor. Though women in India have been given more rights as compared to the men, even then the condition of women in India is miserable. That's why it is highly required to discuss this topic again and again. With these, now it's a time to welcome our guest of this program. So on behalf of Subharti Parivar, I heartily welcome Chief Speaker of this NHRC training program, respected Professor Dr. J.L. Kaul sir, former Vice Chancellor, HNBU, and Professor and Dean, Faculty of Law, Delhi University. Welcome, sir. I warmly welcome Honorable Justice Rajesh Chandra sir, former Judge, High Court of Judicature at Prayagraj. Welcome, sir. I heartily welcome respected Dr. Shri Shyamlal sir, Chief Training Officer and Deputy Commandant, RF Academy for Public Order, Meerut. I warmly welcome respected Professor Dr. Vinita Nikhil ma'am, HOD Endodontics, Department of Subharti Dental College. Welcome, ma'am. I also welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Professor Dr. Abhay Chandar Gaura sir. Welcome, sir. I also welcome Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh Sir, Deputy Director, ISI, New Delhi. In continuation, I welcome Professor Dr. Shuken Kumar Sir, Dean Pharmacy College, Subharti University. I also welcome Professor Dr. Pintu Mishra Sir, Dean Faculty of Fine Arts College. I also welcome all the faculty members present in this auditorium and participants, and each and every person present in this Sardar Patel auditorium. So once again, welcome you all with these words, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We welcome all the dignitaries present here with great delight. Let us introduce these fascinating personalities we have with us today. Proceeding, Sir Jawaharlal Kaul, an esteemed academician with a legal background. After obtaining LLB and LLM degrees, Sir chose the path of an academician, teaching various courses at the graduate and postgraduate level at the University of Delhi Faculty of Law. His dedication to teaching has yielded remarkable results among his students, excelling in their endeavors. Engaging in public debates and professional discussions on legal and public issues has further enriched his academic journey. The responsibilities encompassing academics, governance, and organizational leadership, including the organization and administration of academic and research program among numerous faculties. Adaptedly, he has managed finances within the university system, which boasts 25 schools of study and approximately 1 lakh student enrollment. Commitment to research, facilitation, and international collaboration, he has significantly contributed to academic advancement. Furthermore, his extensive research contribution in international trade and human rights, highlighted by the publication of several articles and 2 books on human rights, reflecting his profound expertise in these areas. Your accolades include being a recipient of the Hague External Fellowship Program and holding a fellow position at the Institute of Globalization and International Regulation. Currently, he is serving as the President of the All India Law Teachers Congress and as a member of the EC and the Indian Society of International Law, New Delhi. Additionally, his role as a visiting fellow at St. Thomas School of Law, Minneapolis, USA, underscores his global impact and influence in the field of law and academics. We're grateful for your presence here today, sir. I request you to kindly come up on the stage and render the audience with your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. Honorable Justice Rajesh Chandra, Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Abhay ji, Shri Shamlal ji, Dr. Vinita, Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, my colleague and brother, Professor Vaibhav, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. From myself, I wish to convey you a very good morning and all regards to all of you. Firstly, I would like to thank my colleague, Professor Vaibhav, who just telephoned me 2 days before and commanding me that I have to come here. But for the reason that I could not say no to him, I said, okay, I'll come, but subject to this condition, that I will not have to teach most. Because for the last 5-6 years, I've always been traveling to and fro, and unfortunately, we do not get enough time to study the latest developments which have been happening in the area of law, which is as huge as an ocean, and perhaps a student like me cannot do justice to whatever is happening in that ocean of law. When we were students like you are of law, we had a paper jurisprudence like you do, and in which the most important and complex subject we were taught was, is law an instrument of social change? If I ask you the same question today, how many of you would agree that law would be and should be a very fascinating instrument for focusing or cementing social change? If many of you would agree that yes, it is an instrument of social change, then you must also answer the question, what is social change? And if we could answer that question, what is social change, succinctly, within the constraints of a social milieu, then I would be buttoned up for accepting that law is an instrument and would be continuing as an instrument of social change. But what type of social change are we talking about today? And that should be the whole subject matter of discussion when we talk about women's rights in the present milieu. Most of us do agree that women constitutes a large majority of humanity all across the world. But yet, unfortunately, for reasons good or bad, or worse, I would say, women had been kept aloof from what you call today as women's rights. If I am not mistaken, I think women in England were given right to vote only way back in 1930s. I stand subject to correction. Now, which means that women as a large part of humanity or majority of humanity has been left back in all those processes which constitute social change. And what are those processes which are part and parcel of social change? I don't need to teach you. Women do play and will always play an important role in the development and progress of any country, be it India or be it rest of the world. And if women are playing an important role in the development of any country, then I would ask my colleague, Professor Weber, why should you take up this matter today? Now, why are you taking up this matter today? Is because of the reason that they have not been granted that kind of right. They had not been granted that kind of activity which contributes to the core of the development of a country. Right from birth down to the last days of life, you will always come across women. You will always come across woman as your friend, philosopher, guide, be it in the shape of your mom or your sister or your spouse or wife. But yet, if you traverse the history of women's movement, across the world, despite all that broad connection, yet you would come across abuse, you would come across cruelty, you will come across sexual kind of cruelty against a woman. And it is not only here, it happens everywhere in the world. Why is it that it is happening everywhere in the world? Is because I submit of our mindset. Now, Justice Rajesh, coming to mindset, I recall an incident when post Nirbhaya, there were huge amendments in the rape laws. And mind you, today's rape laws are toughest, if I may say so, Professor Weber. They are toughest. If you look at the laws which relate to abuse of children, POSCO, they are toughest in the world. Yet, why do we come across all these gory tales of this kind of cruelty against women, that kind of cruelty against women? Why is it? It is because of our mindset. I recall when post Nirbhaya, when laws were amended and toughest laws came into existence, a reporter from Singapore, he asked me a question. He said, how would you rate your latest developments or latest amendments in criminal law relating to law of rape? I said, so far so good. But do you still mean to say that no rapes will take place? I said, they will take place because of our mindset. And how do we change our mindset? Is there a possibility that law can change that mindset? That is my basic question which I shoot to you. Can law change that mindset of people? It should. But then why has this necessity come? It is because of the fact that post-independence struggle, when Constitution of India was being drafted, and it was realized that women constitute a large majority of our populace, and hence we should strongly favor those kinds of laws, those kinds of constitutional mandates which will protect, or which will not only protect women against any kind of abuse, but which will also give them right to participate in the development of the country. And that is why you will come across Article 14, 15, 19, 21, and those are the cornerstones for us to understand that yes, law can have an impact on changing your mindset. Now today, we are perhaps fortunate that from top to bottom, everybody understands the language of law. Everybody understands the language of constitution. Everybody understands the dictates of constitution, whether it is men, women, or otherwise. And mind you, that when we talk about women's rights, to my understanding, and it is my submission, that the greatest right of woman is not to be treated as invisible Indian, not to be treated as insignificant other, but to be treated as a part and parcel of human matrix, to be taken as part and parcel of growth of our country. If you look at Article 21 of the Constitution, and if you look at the other provisions of the Constitution of India, Article 21 has been so profusely interpreted by our Indian Honorable Supreme Court, so profusely has been interpreted, and to quote, that life is not a mere animal existence. The life which you are talking about, Article 21, it is life with dignity and honor. None of us should have any reason to disagree with that interpretation. None of us, not least the students who are pursuing law, none of us has any reason to disagree with that interpretation of Honorable Supreme Court, which said that that life, as mentioned in Article 21, is not mere human existence, animal existence, but it is a life with dignity. And when juxtaposed with the right of dignity of woman, it is here that the constitution makers, they realized that there has to be a biggest or bigger mandate and responsibility on the part of the state to make life of women for dignified, that state must have special powers or must have powers which they do have to enact special law favoring women and children. Why is it that it was substantiated that state must have powers to pass laws particularly favoring women and children? Is because of the fact that they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable to any kinds of abuse, any kind of excessiveness. Whether that excessiveness happens inside the house, which we call as private space, or outside the house, which we call as public space. To that extent you will find, and very happily we accept, you will find that many such laws have been passed which are so profusely favorable to women and children. Why is it that they needed such provisions, they needed such an approach on the part of lawmakers? Is because of the fact that they are vulnerable to any kind of excuse. And in that process, you will find that right from the day when Constitution of India came into force, that is 1950, right from that day onwards till today, you will come across many types of groups, call it civil society groups, call it student groups, call it self-help groups. They are subscribing to the philosophy, only one philosophy, that one, women are equal partner in the development of the society. If they are left behind in the development of that society, the society will never ever progress. With that mandate in mind, you will come across a Paris Convention or Paris thinking on protection and promotion of human rights. Somebody referred to that. Pursuing that mandate, NHRC Act was passed, and which gave rise to National Human Rights Commission of India. And if you look at Section 2 of NHRC Act, it defines human rights in a large perspective. It is not giving it a very limited approach. It is giving a large perspective to what are human rights. And if I am correct, it says human rights are those human rights which are necessary for the protection of human dignity and which are recognized in international covenants and enforceable by the courts in India. And if you look at Section 12, I think, of the NHRC Act, it gives a broad powers to the National Human Rights Commission of India. Broad powers in the promotion and protection of human rights. Over the years, you will find that NHRC has done a very commendable work in what I call as stream of flow of information. Why am I saying so? It's a stream of flow of information. And that flow of information is necessary today because as we understand and accept that today we are living in what we call as knowledge society. And in that knowledge society, NHRC has been a part and parcel of fomenting, traversing the language of protection of human rights. And it has broad powers, discussion groups, monitor groups, so on and so forth. It can take suo motu cognizance of any violation of human rights related to any kind of members, and particularly related to women and children. Or it can take cognizance on when somebody approaches human rights. And over the years, if you look at the literature which has come from NHRC, it is commendable. The only perhaps worrisome fact should be, and it should be noted, it's clear on the statute book. I'm not saying anything which is new. It does not have the powers to enforce those recommendations which it gives to the governments, whether it is central government or state government. But why is it that it was thought that way? Perhaps in my mind, it can be assumed that whenever NHRC gives any recommendation to any government or any authority, that government, that authority should and will take cognizance of that report, of that advice, whatever that is. So that was perhaps one of the feelings that we can never ever make this like a court, because it will not have, or it does not even have now, powers to enforce its decisions like other tribunals. Justice Rajesh is here, he will correct me if I am wrong. You have some tribunals who can enforce their decisions sitting as a court. But yet, does it mean that is the end of the story? No, it does not mean that's an end of the story. Because of the fact that NHRC, the issues which it has dealt with, the monitor groups it has sent, the cases in which it has intervened, mind you, NHRC has the power to intervene in any case, obviously with the permission of the court, is remarkable. But does that really mean that we have achieved the goal of what my young student friend said? What did you say? Gender equality. Have we reached that goal of gender equality? But I have a little bit different take on that. As I said, I started with mindset and I will end on the mindset. Gender equality can never ever be achieved simply by passing a law. It can never ever be achieved by that. But for realizing the goal of gender equality and for realizing the goal of no discrimination against women, for realizing the goal of no violence in any sort of form against a woman, it can be achieved only and only, I submit, only and only if we men folk, including me, as a father, as a husband, unless and until we change our mindset. To that extent, what has NHRC been doing? It's trying to create that consciousness across the country to shoot the message that human rights are inalienable rights, to shoot the message that all of us must work together in the dream of achieving those inalienable rights. Obviously, you come across daily scenes, daily stories of violence against women, children, so on and so forth. it really disturbs you, and it should disturb you. Because if your mind is not disturbed, if your soul is not disturbed, you cannot change your mindset. So, whenever you come across such stories of violence, of discrimination against a woman, you should get agitated. By that, I do not mean that you resort to violence. I do not mean that you resort to lathi charge. No. What I mean is, like what happens in West, you have different types of approaches. You have community approach. You have self-help groups. You have now civil society groups which have been focusing upon this type of changing the mindset. Obviously, for the last so many years, in fact, couple of decades, human rights education has been a part and parcel of our curriculum. Why is it that we have human rights education as part and parcel of curriculum? Is because it strives to create a consciousness towards a humane society. And it is that humane society which gender equality, which absence of discrimination against women will give rise to. Sustainable Development Goals. Now, if you're talking about 2030 as a decade of sustainable goals, now if there is inequality in a society, if there's violence in society, particularly against women and children, if there is physical violence involving any other things against women and children, now can our society be sustainable? What do we mean by sustainable? Sustainable means that where each and every one of us is having an inclusive role in achieving a sustainable development model. What is the sustainable development model? The sustainable development model is each one to contribute in whatever way you can. You as a lawyer, I as a teacher, my friend as a police officer, Justice Rajesh as a judicial mind, and Professor Abe as Pro-Vice Chancellor. We have to all contribute in making our society not only humane but sustainable. Why is that sustainability quotient important? While we talk about that in 2023, is because if you look at what is happening in Africa, if you look at what is happening in other parts of the world, दिमाग खराब हो जाता है. It is because they are going that way of self-destruction. And if we do not want to be to that goal of self-destruction, then we have to march forward with an inclusive growth. We have to march forward to that goal by looking at each other's rights and enforceable rights under the Constitution and other laws. But more focus should be on women's development goals. Women's development goals and women's right to participate in decision-making process. Because if a lady has a greater role in running a household, that household is done in a very better way. And left to men like me, I really do not know how to manage that. So women have to have an important role in decision-making process. I am glad over the years, India has been trying to do that. If you recall, in I think panchayats, there are some reservations for women. Oh, that's a different thing, that we have still not achieved that real decision-making process, because when I was working in Haryana, a woman who were members of that panchayat, the decision was taken by the man, husband. She was not given that right. वो अलग बात है. And that illustrates one more point, that unless and until a woman is literate, unless and until woman has that rightful education, our society cannot progress. To me, the greatest human right today is a right of every individual, and much more than that, woman to be a part and parcel of a broad range of services, including decision-making process. Now, I can go on, taking interpretations of Article 21, Article 15, so on and so forth. No, I don't want to do that, because you are all going through that process. You will eventually come to that understanding. But my goal is, or my objective right at this moment, was to highlight as to how would we be able to achieve the goal of sustainable development of 2030. But most importantly, and after that I'll end, because Professor Weber is looking at me, after that I will end. But most important is the role of we as teachers, the role of you as legal students, is to sensitize, is to hold sensitization programs whenever you can. I will also request you, sir, to hold such sensitization program, particularly relating to rights of women and children. And if the message of those rights go through the ordinary and middle one, it will eventually reach to the top. And that is what is our goal of realizing how important women are in the development and progress of a country. We will not talk about the procedural guarantees of women's rights, so on and so forth. That is for the courts to decide, because I am not a judge nor a court. But in much greater way, I can subscribe, I can contribute. You as students, we as law teachers can contribute towards spreading that humane consciousness, spreading that message of commonness, of common rights, of doing away with any kind of discrimination, any kind of violence. We should abhor all kinds of violence, but we should particularly abhor all kinds of violence against women and children. If that is sustainable, if that is held in the times to come, if that is upheld in the times to come, then we would be attaining the age, we will be attaining a goal of a sustainable development, where women will have and must have, inshallah, must have a large role to play in running not only of household, in running community panchayats, in running other kinds of boards, in running our country. And being a part and parcel of decision making is what what can enhance their dignity. When 21 talks about life with dignity, now it is that life with dignity which I should be talking about, which I am talking about. So let us trust, hope, and take a pledge that we all who are sitting in this magnificent hall, we will contribute towards that message of upholding the rights of all of us, upholding and enforcing the rights of all of us, but most particularly of women, and I would add children. Now, if we hold that consciousness to the core of our heart, I tell you 2030 would be a great time to live in. I may not live by that time, but you all will live in that time, and inshallah you will see that inclusive growth, life with dignity of particularly of women, and by that time Supreme Court must also have given hundreds of opinions, no, judgments, enforceable judgments, binding judgments, which would take the mandate of women's rights to sky heights. So I hope that that sky height rational consciousness is achieved sooner the better. And I also request all of you to participate in that consciousness in whatever way you can do, in whatever little way you can do. And that is the mandate, or that is the mandate of this conference, and that is the message I want to share with you, I have shared with you. I told Professor Vaibhav in the office कि भैया मैं पढ़ के कुछ नहीं आया हूँ, जो मेरे दिमाग में आता मैं वही कहूँगा। वो कहते ना कि गीता का कसम खा के जो कहूँगा सच कहूँगा, तो वही मैंने कहा. So thank you so very much all of you for patient listening, and I should congratulate Professor Vaibhav and his team of colleagues, staff. I should also thank and congratulate NHRC, because it has been doing it for a pretty long period of time. I should congratulate them. Please pass a message to them also that it was wonderful to hold such a conference. It is wonderful if you continue to do so, because through that educational programs, we and I and you can come to a common understanding of what are the pressing issues which women face today, will face tomorrow, will face day after tomorrow in that march towards life with dignity. That is my concept of human rights. Maybe you have a different concept of human rights. I would respect that opinion. But my opinion is march towards life of woman with dignity, with no discrimination at any place, whether within the private space or public space. Then that is important for me as a human right. So thank you so very much, and Professor Vaibhav, thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for embarking the audience with such inspiring thought in regard to social change, NHRC, and human rights. Now, we are fortunate that we have Dr. Hirohito, sir, Advisor, Samrat Ashok School of Buddhist Studies with us. Kindly come forward, and I request Seema Sharma ma'am to please welcome sir with the planter. Now we request Shri Shamlal sir to come upon the stage. Sir is a dedicated law enforcement professional. Commenced his career as an assistant commandant in January 2007 through the UPSC. Armed with an MSc and B.Ed, sir has navigated challenging landscapes across Assam, Srinagar, and highly volatile Naxal-infected regions of Chhattisgarh. Notably, sir served with the elite National Security Guards, leading operations and participating in counter-terrorism endeavors, including the Pathankot Airport incident in 2016. Currently stationed at the Chief Training Officer at RAF Academy for Public Order, sir oversees comprehensive training initiatives. Beyond operational duties, sir has pursued specialized courses in bomb detection, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats, community policing, and VIP security technique. Recognized for his outstanding contribution, sir has been honored with the commendation certificates by Director General NSG and DG CRPF, embodying dedication and excellence in law enforcement. We request you to please come upon the stage and enlighten the audience, sir.
Respected Justice Rajendra Chandra, former judge, Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vinita Nikhilji, Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, Deputy Director, Dr. Abhay Shankar Godaji, Professor Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiyaji, and all the participants in this hall. It's my privilege to be here in this such a prestigious institution, and for this act of kindness, I am always thankful to Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiyaji, who invited me on such a great occasion and giving me a chance to deliver on human rights institutions in India. As we all know that National Human Rights Commission was established on 12 October 1993 under protection of Human Rights Act 1993. Further, it was amended in year 2006. As we all know that there are 5 types of basic human rights: right of life and liberty, right of work and education, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom from opinion and others. For this, we have our constitutional bodies which always protect our fundamental rights and duties, which is National Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Women, National Commission for Minorities, National Commission for Backward Classes, Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, etc. Today, at the perspective of police, I want to tell only 2 lines here, that what is the duties in the human rights as a police officer or as a policeman, right now standing from constable to director general. The police officer or a policeman should be very sensible towards his the last man of community who is standing in the last row of the community, and he should be very much dignified while performing his own duties. Apart from this, he must be properly sensible to discharge of his duties. He should be so much capable to control the law and order situation, as well as public order management, as well as he should be redress the grievances of public well in time with full sensibility and humanitarian soul, so that the human rights of a basic man or the last man of the society should be preserved well in manner. Apart from this, today, what we are in, where we are standing according to our human rights. Sir, I have served in all the 3 parts of the nation. One is northeast states of India, that is all 7 sisters, and Jammu and Kashmir, and third one is left-wing extremism area. I have seen that in northeast area, we all saw that Armed Forces Special Power Act was came in force to handle the right-like situation, insurgency, or so many anti-social element situations in the nation. There are so many complaints against the security forces as well as the forces which were engaged there to tackle the insurgency, that misuse of ASPA is increasing day by day. So, from many parts of the country, it has been changed now, or it has been removed now. So, we should rethink about this, that we should come up with a balance about liberty, legality, and necessity of such kind of special power act, and we should think that how we can stop the misuse of this kind of special acts by the police forces, so that police forces and the common society can come up on a same platform, and people think, and the police should also think, or security forces should also think, that we are not the owner, we are the servant of the, we are serving here for the nation, and we are servant of the common man of the society. Similarly, as I feel that in our constitution, we have provided fundamental rights to every citizen of India. That is, no doubt, that is the soul of our constitution, and that should be here for proper governance. And in one of them, there is a religious freedom, right to freedom, which we can say. And I feel that so many instances in our nation while tackling law and order situation, that due to misuse of right to religious freedom, there are so many instances happening in our country, just like communal rights at various places. And due to this, the peoples who are not directly or indirectly involved in such kind of anti-national parts or anti-national elements, they are involving it. And the people who is innocent, he is also suffering, and his human rights is also violated. So I request all of the audience here, who are the youngsters lawyers, that please rethink how we can come up and came up with a balance between liberty, legality, and necessity, between police forces and a common man, so that we can make our India with such a prosperous country in such a world power, we can say. Last but not the least, my Guru told me that जहाँ विद्वान बैठे हों वहाँ पे ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना चाहिए. तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ. Thank you all of you, and once again thank you Dr. Vivekanand for inviting me such a gracious occasion. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, I would now like to request the one who has always been our torch bearer, guiding us and sharing every bit of wisdom, a personality we all look up to. Honorable Justice Rajesh Chandra sir, who is a graduate from Accra University in the year 1971, cleared his PCSJ exam in 1975 and was promoted in Higher Judicial Services in 1987. Sir was then promoted in the year 2004 as District and Session Staff. In 2009, Sir then elevated as additional charge and finally as a permanent judge in Allahabad High Court in 2010. Currently, Sir is serving as our Honorable Director. Sir, we now request you to kindly enlighten the audience.
Thank you so much, Honorable the Vice Chancellor, Mr. Shankar ji, our Chief Speaker, Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Nehru, Shri Shyamlal ji, Dr. Vinay Kumar ji, Dr. Vinita ji, Professor Vivekanand Bharti, Dr. Pintu Mishra जी, Itahi Retusa, और जितने भी डिपार्टमेंट के यहाँ डीन और हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट बैठे हैं सभी, और सभागार में उपस्थित सभी बच्चों. अभी डॉक्टर कौल को हमने सुना, उसके इतना सार गर्भित आपने जो भाषण दिया, उसके बाद कुछ कहने को बाकी नहीं रह जाता. लेकिन फिर भी अगर हम इसकी ह्यूमन राइट्स की हिस्ट्री देखें तो आप देखेंगे द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध में जो नरसंहार हुआ, उसके बाद ये महसूस किया गया कि भाई ह्यूमन राइट भी कोई चीज़ है जिसके बारे में कुछ होना चाहिए. तो 1945 में सैन फ्रांसिस्को में यूनाइटेड नेशन चार्टर वो एक बनाया गया, बट दैट वाज नॉट बाइंडिंग. और इसके बाद जो पहला लीगल शेप दिया गया वो दैट वाज इन द फॉर्म ऑफ यूनिवर्सल डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स इन 1948. आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वाज अडॉप्टेड इन 1949 एंड बाय दैट टाइम फॉर्चुनेटली दिस यूनिवर्सल डिक्लेरेशन वाज देयर, एंड इन दैट डिक्लेरेशन 30 human rights were detailed, and it is a fortune that almost all those rights were included in our constitution, in the fundamental rights as well as in the directive principles of state policy. And then, then came Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, which defines human rights. Human rights mean the rights relating to life, liberty, equality, and dignity of the individual guaranteed by the Constitution or embodied in the international covenants and enforceable by courts in India. Thus, you can see that all human rights internationally recognized in Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenants to which India is a party and signatory are enforceable by courts in India. This is very important. कि इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशंस में जिसमें इंडिया सिग्नेटरी है उसके भी ये जो जो उसमें ह्यूमन राइट्स दिए हुए हैं दैट आर आल्सो इन्फोर्सेबल इन दी कोर्ट्स इन इंडिया. हमारे संविधान में मुख्य रूप से बहुत सी बातें कही गई लेकिन एक समानता की बात कही गई कि एवरीबॉडी इज इक्वल. देयर विल बी नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ जेंडर, नेशनैलिटी, प्लेस ऑफ रेजिडेंस, sex, religion, color, or any other categorization. Thus, the human rights are non-discriminatory, meaning thereby that all human beings are entitled to them and cannot be excluded from them. ये जनरल बात हुई ह्यूमन राइट्स के बारे में. अब मैं आपका ध्यान इस बात की तरफ दिखाना चाहूँगा कि हमारी जो कोर्ट्स हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट स्पेशली, उन्होंने इधर रिसेंटली बहुत सारे ऐसे जजमेंट्स दिए जिसमें उन्होंने देखा कि कहीं पर भी महिलाओं के साथ भेदभाव हो रहा है तो उन्होंने उस प्रोविज़न को या तो स्ट्रक डाउन कर दिया या लेट डाउन किया. ऐसा ही एक केस कमल नेती वाला केस था. उसमें एक शेड्यूल ट्राइब की महिला थी तो उसने कंपेंसेशन में अपना शेयर मांगा तो शेयर जो है उसको इस ग्राउंड पर डिनाई कर दिया गया कि हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट में शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स की जो महिलाएं हैं, शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स जो हैं वो एक्सक्लूडेड है और उनको सक्सेशन नहीं मिल सकता. द मैटर वेंट अप टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया वो मैं आपको पढ़ के सुनाता हूँ, आप उसको बड़े ध्यान से सुना. When the daughter belonging to a non-tribal is entitled to the equal share in the property of father, there is no reason to deny such right to the daughter of the tribal community. See, female tribal is entitled to parity with male tribal in intestate succession. To deny the equal right to the daughter belonging to the tribunal even after a period of 70 years of the Constitution of India, under which right to equality is guaranteed, it is high time for the central government to look into the matter and, if required, to amend the provisions of Hindu Succession Act. ये डायरेक्शन थी. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आप उसको संशोधन करिए इसमें कि ऐसा नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है ये कि भाई शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स की जो महिलाएं हैं उनको क्यों एंटाइटलमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए प्रॉपर्टी में. तो दैट एक डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस एक्ट में डेफिनेशन थी 2Q में, उसमें उन्होंने यूज़ किया वर्ड मेल अडल्ट पर्सन, मीनिंग देयर बाय कि यदि कोई घरेलू हिंसा किसी मेल अडल्ट के द्वारा की जाती है तो वो इस डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के अंतर्गत आता है. तो उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि नो, दिस इज डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी, क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं है कि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस में केवल पुरुषों का ही हाथ हो. महिलाएं भी महिलाओं के प्रति जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस करती है, इसलिए उन्होंने उसको स्ट्रक डाउन किया और ये कहा कि नहीं, इसको मेल अडल्ट को नहीं पढ़ा जाएगा, इट विल बी कॉमन टू ऑल, आइदर इज मेल और इज ए फीमेल. दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. दिस इज केसेज हीरा पी हरसोरा. जोसेफ शाइन के केस में आप देखिए एडल्ट्री जो है उसको उन्होंने डीक्रिमिनलाइज कर दिया ऑन द ग्राउंड कि एडल्ट्री अंडर इंडियन लॉ डिड नॉट कंसीडर द विल ऑफ वुमेन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन एडल्ट्री. सारा बानो केस में ट्रिपल तलाक को स्ट्रिक डाउन किया, ये देखते हुए कि बड़ी एट्रोसिटीज हैं ये महिलाओं के साथ, ये नहीं होना चाहिए. So they struck down and thereafter a new law was formed, as all of you know. सबरीमाला टेम्पल का आप सबको पता है, वहाँ पर कुछ महिलाओं की एंट्री बैन थी. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा नो, यू कैन नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेट, दे ऑल आर एंटाइटल्ड टू गो टू द टेम्पल. एंड रिसेंटली एक बड़ा लेटेस्ट जजमेंट है 2022 में, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट आया है, एक्स वर्सेस प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट। ये 3 जजेस बेंच है। इसमें क्या हुआ था कि एक महिला, उसके कंसेंसुअल रिलेशनशिप के अंतर्गत वो शी बिकेम प्रेग्नेंट, बट लेटर ऑन जो मेल पार्ट था उसने उसको शादी करने से मना कर दिया। तो उसने दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में रिट पिटीशन फाइल किया और ये कहा कि साहब, ये जो मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी एक्ट है, इसमें जो ये लिखा गया है कि अनमैरिड जो गर्ल्स हैं उनको एबॉर्शन का राइट नहीं होगा, इस प्रोविज़न को ख़त्म किया जाए। तो दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि नो, ये रूल्स जो हैं वो प्रोहिबिट करते हैं, इसलिए ये प्रेयर जो है ये इसकी एक्सेप्ट नहीं की जाएगी। देन द मैटर वेंट अप टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में उन्होंने क्या कहा, A change social context demands a readjustment of our laws. Law must not remain static, and its interpretation should keep in mind the changing social context and advance the cause of social justice. This judgment and the recent Amendment Act together significantly expanded the scope of abortion right in India. Supreme Court ने कहा कि no, विद द चेंज ऑफ सर्कमस्टांसेस, कि उसके जिससे शादी करने की बात थी, जो उसने उसको शादी करने को मना कर दिया। इस महिला के ऑलरेडी 5 भाई बहन हैं, उसकी फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन ऐसी नहीं है जो बच्चे को जन्म देने के बाद उसका पालन पोषण कर सके। तो उन्होंने कहा ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हम अलाउ नहीं करेंगे, और उसके बाद उन्होंने उसको स्ट्रक डाउन किया और ये कहा कि नो, इवन अनमैरिड गर्ल is also entitled for abortion. This is a very landmark judgment. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं दूंगा आपका, लेकिन एक बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा, जैसा कि हमारे डॉक्टर कौल ने कहा, केवल कानून बनाने से हमारे समस्या का हल नहीं होगा। जब तक हमारी सोच में परिवर्तन नहीं आएगा, आप कितने कानून बना लीजिए। आप ये देखिए कि प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट 2006 में बनाया गया। उसमें एक प्रोविज़न है, सेक्शन 3 में है, वो ये कहते हैं कि एवरी चाइल्ड मैरिज वेदर सोलमनाइज बिफोर द कमेंसमेंट ऑफ दिस एक्ट शैल बी पॉइडेबल एट द ऑप्शन ऑफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग पार्टी हु वाज ए चाइल्ड एट द टाइम ऑफ मैरिज। द पिटिशन कैन बी फाइल्ड एट एनी टाइम बट बिफोर द चाइल्ड फाइलिंग द पिटिशन कंप्लीटेड 2 years ऑफ अटेनिंग मेजॉरिटी। यानी देखिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट। इस एक्ट में यह कहा गया है कि यदि किसी महिला की शादी उसके नाबालिग होने के दौरान की गई है और वो माली उस शादी से खुश नहीं है, तो वो मेजॉरिटी अटेन करने के 2 साल के अंदर उस शादी को समाप्त किए जाने का प्रार्थना पत्र कोर्ट में दे सकती है। अब ये बताएं आप कि आज 18 साल हो गए, आपने कोई ऐसा केस सुना हो जिसमें कि किसी महिला ने यह कहा हो कि मैं नाबालिग थी और मेरी शादी खत्म की जाए? कारण क्या है? कारण ये है कि पहली बार कि महिलाओं को अपने अधिकारों की जानकारी नहीं है, उन्हें पता ही नहीं है। कितने लोगों को पता है ये कानून? बताइए आप। इवन लीगल स्फीयर के लोगों को, बहुत कम लोगों को पता होगा, आम आदमी की बात छोड़ दीजिए। तो ये इस तरह के बहुत सारे अधिकार हैं जो कि महिलाओं को दिए गए हैं, लेकिन नाजानकारी की वजह से उनका वो लाभ नहीं उठा पा रही हैं। तो हमारी सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत यह है कि हम उनको एजुकेट करें, उनको उनके अधिकारों के बारे में बताएं, तब शायद ये स्थिति को सुधरेगी। पहले से काफ़ी परिवर्तन आया है, लेकिन फिर भी आप देखें ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में अभी भी स्थितियाँ ठीक नहीं हैं। तो बहुत लंबा समय नहीं लूँगा, बस 2 पंक्तियाँ कह करके मैं अपनी बात ख़त्म करूँगा कि आग बहती है यहाँ झेलम में भी गंगा में भी, आग बहती है यहाँ गंगा में झेलम में भी, कोई बतलाए कहाँ जाके नहाया जाए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for lighting the audience. Now we would like to call upon Dr. Vinita Nikhil ma'am. Ma'am is a graduate and postgraduate from prestigious King George's Medical College, Lucknow, in the specialty of conservative dentistry and endodontics, a recipient of several gold medals. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू पलक। देखो मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, मुझे मालूम है रेस्टलेसनेस बहुत दिख रही है एंड आई डोंट वांट टू टेक मोर टाइम। डिग्निटरीज ऑन द डायस, ऑफ द डायस, जय हिंद एंड अ वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। आज जब हम इस प्रोग्राम में आए तो मुझे रीना जी ने कहा कि मैम आप आईसीसी की पहले प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर थी, तो प्लीज़ अपने कुछ व्यूज़ यहाँ पे जाहिर करिएगा। And I'm really thankful to the organizing committee for giving me this chance to stand before you. And as I told you, I'll take only couple of minutes of yours. When I saw the topic today, it was human rights and women rights. So I was shocked. Are the women not human beings? Then why it has been emphasized only that human rights is there? So probably the reason is कि आज तक सिर्फ औरतों को उनकी ड्यूटीज़ ही बताई गई हैं कि तुम्हें ये करना है, तुम्हें ये नहीं करना है, तुम्हें मिल सकता है या तुम क्या कर सकती हो, कभी एम्फसाइज किया ही नहीं गया। बट द इंडिया इज चेंजिंग एंड नाउ वी आर बीइंग टोल्ड दैट दीज आर योर राइट्स एंड यू कैन गो अहेड टू टेक देम। तो आई एम थैंकफुल टू द चेंज इन द इंडिया। Then it comes to our university. See, the learned resource persons over there, I don't know much about laws and all. They are going to definitely share their knowledge with you people. I will definitely tell you something about my university. The university, Swami Vivekanand Subharti, it has a zero tolerance policy against any sort of insult. It may be emotional, physical, mental, or sexual against women in workplace, and for that we have an ICC. मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, आपको पता है कि जिस दिन आप यहाँ ज्वाइन करते हो, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी एक ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम होल्ड करती है और हम लोग उस दिन से आपको सेंसिटाइज करते हैं कि आपकी क्या राइट्स हैं। और ये सेंसिटाइजेशन इज़ नॉट ओनली फॉर द विमेन। जब ये सेंसिटाइजेशन होता है तो हमारे लड़के भी वहीं पे होते हैं, क्योंकि जो मेन रीज़न ये है ना, अभी सर हम इतने लोगों से, चाहे वो प्रोफेसर कौल सर हों, चाहे राजेश सर हों, सब लोगों से सुन रहे थे कि चेंज इन द माइंडसेट शुड बी देयर। एंड द चेंज इन द माइंडसेट किसके होना चाहिए? जो हमारे सराउंडिंग है, और हमारे सराउंडिंग बोथ विमेन एंड मेन आर देयर। तो अभी राजेश सर ने कहा कि सबसे ज़्यादा उत्पीड़न फीमेल्स को करता कौन है? औरत ही औरत की दुश्मन है, कि उन्होंने बोला। और साथ में और ज़्यादा जो केसेस आते हैं वो आते हैं मेल्स पे। तो अगर हम ये माइंडसेट चेंज कर दें तो फिर ऐसे ना लॉज की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, ना ऐसे कमिटीज़ की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। So we have this sensitization program right from orientation, and we don't wait for 8th March. हम कभी इंटरनेशनल वुमेन डे के लिए वेट नहीं करते हैं कि बस उसी दिन हमें ये प्रोग्राम होल्ड करना है और आपको बताना है आपको क्या आप कर सकते हो। थ्रू आउट द ईयर ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स चलते रहते हैं एंड बोर्ड्स हर जगह डिस्प्लेड रहते हैं जहाँ पर आप अपनी कोई भी प्रॉब्लम शेयर कर सकें। और इसके लिए इस सच डॉक्टर रीना इज़ heading this ICC committee here in the university presently, and she has a wonderful committed members. और the best part ये है कि आप किसी भी सेक्टर में हो यूनिवर्सिटी के, किसी भी फैकल्टी या कॉलेज में हो, चाहे आप टीचिंग हो, नॉन टीचिंग हो, स्टूडेंट्स हो, कुछ भी हो, हर बंदे के मध्य से हमने कमेटी मेंबर्स को चुना है जिससे कि हमारा सेंसिटाइजेशन प्रोग्राम सबकी रीच में रहे। If we educate one woman, the whole family get educated. Similarly, if we sensitize one woman, there's so many people can sensitize others. So ये programs हम लोग hold करते हैं, and this ICC committee, I want to just mention this in front of my guest, because the university members, they know that they are leading with examples. And अभी मुझे बोला गया, रीना जी ने बताया कि मैम केसेस बहुत बढ़ गए हैं, एंड मैं शॉक नहीं रही, आई एम रादर हैप्पी कि ये नहीं है कि केसेस बढ़ गए, अवेयरनेस बढ़ गई है, लोगों को ये पता चल गया कि अगर कुछ गलत होगा देन वी कैन talk about it. There are so many people to listen and help, and similarly that ICC is working. So my experience in ICC in this university was learning and serving. I learned a lot about the rights of the women. I know that now how we can go ahead. But there is always one catch. Use and misuse of anything. We have, my dear friends, आप लोगों के पास ये राइट है, लेकिन उसको यूज़ करिए, उसको मिसयूज़ नहीं करिए. आईसीसी के दौरान मेरी लर्निंग में ये भी देखा है कि कई बार गलत इल्ज़ाम लगाए जाते हैं. तो जो इल्ज़ाम आप लगा रहे हैं ना, जिनके अगेंस्ट, उनमें हमारे ही भाई, हमारे ही पापा, चाचा, ये लोग ही काम कर रहे हैं. हमारी किसी ना किसी फैमिली के तो होंगे ही. तो प्लीज़ कभी भी गलत इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाइए. राइट्स को यूज़ करिए, ज़रूर अवेयरनेस फैलाइए, सेंसिटाइज करिए सबको, लेकिन उसको मिसयूज़ नहीं करिए. आई रियली कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट द मैनेजमेंट and the VC sir and the whole organizing team led by Weber sir, and then Reena ji, then Afreen, and so many students must have been involved that they have organized this seminar. And I want to also wish good luck to all the students who will be presenting papers. What I came to know from Rajesh sir now, that they should present it nicely, और in future जो प्रोग्राम ये जनरेशन कर रही है वो आगे करते रहे, so एक दिन हमें ये प्रोग्राम करने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Now we invite the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Abhay Shankar Gowda sir, who is a distinct graduate and postgraduate of yoga from STM College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences, Karnataka. A gold medalist in his MD, marking his pioneering inception nationwide. With over 22 years of versatile experience, Sir excels in teaching, clinical practice, research and administration. Sir is currently serving as the officiating Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean at Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut, contributing significantly to the advancement of yoga and naturopathy education and practice in India. Sir, kindly address the audience.
Jai Hind. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, because of lack of time, I would not take all of your name. We are all now well known here now. Deans, HOIs, HODs, faculty, students, non-teaching staff who have gathered here. It is a pleasure to be here today in this wonderful program. I am not an expert on this subject. As you all know, I am from another field. But मेरे जो ह्यूमन राइट्स हैं उन पे 3 लोगों का हक है. एक मेरी माँ है, एक बीवी है और एक बेटी है. तीनों महिलाएं हैं. सारे हक ले लिए हैं उन्होंने. तो मैं चाहूँगा कि ये तीनों को जो भी हक मिलने चाहिए, अगर मिलने लग गए तो पूरे देश को, पूरे दुनिया में ये हक सभी को मिलेंगे. तो आई विश दैट व्हाट माय डॉटर वुड expect as a human rights, or what my wife would expect or my mother would expect, ये सभी को मिले. इतना ही बोलना चाहूँगा ऑन दिस सब्जेक्ट. तो इसके लिए जो भी लॉज रूल्स बनने होंगे उसको बनाने के लिए हमारे बहुत सारे इधर टीम है, ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन है, तो वो सब हमें जागरूक कर रहे हैं. वो भी उतना ही मेहनत कर रहे हैं उनको करने के लिए. आई कंग्रेचुलेट ऑल ऑफ देम. I'd like to share some information on what Swami Vivekanand Subharti University is contributing on a regular basis to add on to Vinita ma'am's observations. On a regular basis in the matter of human rights or women's rights, empowerment and also protection. We have adopted all the guidelines of the UGC, the government of Uttar Pradesh or government of India through various committees like ICC, Women Empowerment, Gender Equality and Gender Sensitization, Equal Opportunity Cell, and special initiatives for women empowerment, that is girl child education, special scholarships for girl child, ensuring the safety, health and wellness of the women, special schemes for the newborn girl child in our hospital. Lot of startups and entrepreneurships are promoted by the university for women. In addition, we have a very good gender ratio which is almost equal in both students as well as faculty. I am also proud to tell you that our university is led by women in key positions. Our founder, ma'am, late Dr. Mukti Bhatnagar, was herself a woman. Our CEO, key positions are all held, like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Shalya Raj, who is a dynamic leader. Our Controller of Exam is a lady. Many deans are women. Other than that, to the teaching faculty and various other involved non-teaching faculty are also women. I thank all the dignitaries and speakers who have given their valuable insights on today's topic, and congratulate Subharti Institute of Law, Faculty of Law, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University for organizing this event, and also thank the National Human Rights Commission New Delhi for its constant support. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. I would like to say to the boys, spread this message and imply it in your life. That's very, very important. The ladies, the women need not ask for their rights. You give them before itself. I mean, you are no one to give, but you should make sure that in your life, wherever you are there, these human rights are their, real rights. Thank you. Can we go for the oath, sir? All of you, please stand up. This is a oath on human rights. I request all of you to raise your arms. I do solemnly swear that I will follow and preserve, protect and defend human rights, meaning the rights relating to life, liberty, equality and dignity of the individual, guaranteed by the Constitution or embodied in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10th December 1948. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations on the 16th December 1966, and such other covenants or conventions adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations as the central government may by notification specify as enforceable by courts in India from time to time, that in the course of performance of my duties I shall spread awareness of human rights, that I shall act against and or report to the concerned authorities any violation of human rights or abatement thereof or negligence in the prevention of such violation by a public servant that comes to my notice. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Now it's time to honor our guest. We now request Pro VC Sir to honor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul Sir with memento and patka.
एक बार छूट गया था. While in the address, Dr. Kaul sir has said that in police forces or forces, we should also educate about the human rights as well as the women rights. तो इस मौके पर मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि सर हमारे CRPF में वी आर द लार्जेस्ट पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स इन द वर्ल्ड, उसके अंदर more than 3 lakhs we have serving personnel. So we have separate 8 Mahila battalions in our force, and at every level, at every rank, women are very much interested to join the force, as well as they are performing their duties very much well rather than male counterparts. इसके अलावा सर ने कहा कि अभी सर बता रहे थे कि आपको मैंने पहला पुलिस वाला देखा जो महिला अधिकारों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो सर वी आर कमिंग आउट, we especially the young officers wants to refresh our image of the force, as well as we are also committed to make a peace between general people as well as the forces, so that the mutual bonding can be very much high. And इसके अलावा सर अगर कॉलोनियल इरा से बाहर निकलने की बात आई तो 1 मिनट लूंगा सर। एक जोक याद आया मुझे, उसके अंदर एक सर छोटे से टाउन में एक आदमी डेली गुब्बारा उड़ाता है। वो पुलिस थाने की तरफ जब हवा चलती है उस समय बड़ा सा गुब्बारा उड़ाता है, तो हम पुलिस वाले सब फ्लाइंग ऑब्जेक्ट को देख के अलर्ट होते हैं कि पता नहीं ये क्या आ गया। तो सब देखते हैं काफी दिन से गुब्बारा आ रहा है, एक दिन गुब्बारे को पकड़ा तो उसमें से एक पर्ची निकली। पर्ची में लिखा हुआ था, मैं बहुत गरीब आदमी हूँ, दे भगवान मेरी मदद करे और मुझे 50,000 रुपयों की सख्त जरूरत है। तो पुलिस वाले थोड़े से वी आर आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी, समाज के बेटे, तो सबने सोचा कि क्यों ना इस आदमी की मदद की जाए। तो उसके दिए हुए एड्रेस पे सबने इकट्ठा करके चौकी ने 25,000 रुपये पहुंचा दिए। 25,000 पहुंचा दिए, 5-7 दिन वो आदमी ठीक रहा। उसने फिर गुब्बारा उड़ाया और उस गुब्बारे के अंदर लिखा कि हे भगवान आपने मदद तो मेरी बहुत अच्छी की, लेकिन ये पुलिस वालों ने हाथ नहीं भेजना था, 25,000 रुपये ये खा गए। तो कहने का मेरा मतलब है कि समाज को भी हमारी तरफ सोचना चाहिए, तभी हम एक स्वच्छ भारत का निर्माण कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू। जय।
Now we request Pro VC sir to honor Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh sir with memento and patka.
But I feel that in any conference, workshop or seminar, word of thanks is the toughest thing. Because we cannot thank to the intellect, we cannot thank to the knowledge, we cannot thank to the institutions because of which we are getting the opportunity to come together, to understand something, to gather knowledge, and we cannot thank so many individuals. Because of that, any program is possible, or any program it is possible to organize any program. But this is the responsibility to give me vote of thanks. So I would like to start with our chief guest, our guest of honor, or our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. J.L. Kaul. Professor Dr. J.L. Kaul is a legend in the field of law. I think across the country and beyond the boundaries of the country, he is a prominent figure in the field of law. And I am privileged to have you here, sir. And in spite of our short notice, and I am really apologetic because it is because of the mandate from NHRC that we have to organize the event on 17. And you accepted our invitation and you reached at our venue earliest at the first person at 8:30 in the morning. I have no words to pay thank to you, and on behalf of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University and the National Human Rights Commission, we are thankful to you. Further, I should acknowledge the way he has summarized the whole program in his keynote address. All the 4 sessions have been covered, and the way he has shared the knowledge. I think if you have taken the 10% out of that what he has shared, then the purpose of attending the seminar will get the success. In continuation, I am thankful to Chief Training Officer रेपो श्री श्यामलाल जी. हमारे सामने ही रहते हैं, और जब भी हमें कई बार बात होती है कि हम आपको बुलाएंगे, कई बार कहते हैं आपने बुलाया नहीं. पिछले हफ्ते मैंने सर से कहा, सर आपको पूरे दिन के लिए हमारे नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन के कार्यक्रम में जाना है. उन्होंने कहा भाई वो तो MHA मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स की एंटिटी है और हम भी MHA के एंटिटी हैं. आई विल बी देयर टू हेल्प यू आउट इन वट एवर मैनर यू वांट टू बी. और सर आज के इस कार्यक्रम में आपने आकर जो एक गैप in between civil society and in between the uniformed police officials or uniformed job officials, the way you are working and the way you are contributing at the cost of your own human rights. Because when you are protecting the human rights of public at large, ultimately you have to sacrifice your own human rights. So I am thankful to you that you accepted our invitation and you came here to grace the dais and to grace the occasion. I am thankful to Vinay Kumar ji. He was busy and he has some meeting with secretary in Delhi. But he said that I will come in the morning and please make it sure that I may get free by lunch. So I am thankful that you came here in the morning, and I will try that we will finish our first technical session before lunch, and you will be the chair of the session. So it will be in your hand how to finish the work. But in short spell of time, you accepted my invitation and came here. I am thankful to you. I would like to add, he was working as a deputy director, Indian Society of International Law. Recently, he has been given a different assignment. He shared that it is not to be disclosed publicly, so I am not sharing. But the responsibility is high, and he is, on a new designation, and to his spare time in a new job. It is very tough, but he is here with us. So I am thankful to you. I am thankful to our Justice Chandra sir, who has guided us, who has helped us, and in so early in the morning, आप हमारे बीच आए, मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ. बात की जा रही थी मानव अधिकार की और महिलाओं के अधिकार की. हमारे यहाँ पर हमने there were 2 women faces, one Professor Anjali Mittal ma'am and second Professor Madhu was. Both were expected to be here, but because of health conditions and because of one official assignment at Lucknow, we were unable to have both of them. In the morning we came to know, in the morning I think it was around about 9, when we came to know that there is no women face on the topic of the women right. But we are always thankful to Almighty. विनीता मैडम को हमने देखा और मैडम ने कहा कि मैडम को हम बनाएंगे, and the way you accepted our invitation and the way you elaborated the responsibilities of every individual to make environment women protective and equitable environment. We are thankful to you, ma'am, that you have accepted our invitation and you are here with us. Our Pro Vice Chancellor and today's Vice Chancellor, Abhay Shankar sir, the way you enlightened the university contribution to equate the genders, the university contribution to protect the right of the women, the university contribution in the commitment of sustainable development goals. Because ultimately, अगर यदि मैं बात करूं बहुत पहले की बातें, तो कही जाती थी अपने बारे में नहीं बताना चाहिए, अगर यदि दूसरे आपके बारे में बताते हैं तो ज़्यादा बेहतर है. लेकिन पिछले 20 साल से अगर यदि मैं बात करूं 21st सेंचुरी के अंदर, तो आप जो कर रहे हैं आपको अपने कामों को बताना भी होगा. हमारी सुभारती यूनिवर्सिटी जितना कंट्रीब्यूट करती है गवर्नमेंट ऑब्लिगेशंस के अंदर, CSR के अंदर, एंड जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के डिफरेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, बट वी आर वेरी ऑन द back foot in terms of the documentation. But the way you elaborated the university contribution more specifically to equate the gender equality and to protect the women right, We are really thankful to you that you have enlightened us all. I am thankful to the entire team of behind this event, along with Dr. Reena, Dr. Sarika, Dr. Prem sir, Dr. Miss Shalini madam, and Miss Afin madam, Arshad Alam ji, Sonal madam, Anna madam, and Vikas sir, and Ajay Raj sir, and everybody who is a part of this college or part of this university. I am further thankful to Dean Faculty of Fine Art and Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, because they came in the morning in spite of the busy schedule. And I have no words to pay thanks to advisor Samrat Ashok School of Buddhist Studies that he came here. मुझे मालूम है वो बहुत कम इवेंट्स के अंदर जाते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने कल वादा किया था कि सेमिनार में आऊँगा और टॉपिक बहुत अच्छा है. मैं बोलूँगा नहीं लेकिन आऊँगा ज़रूर. तो आप हमारे बीच आए, मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ. I am thankful to all the faculty members from the different departments like Department of Languages, Faculty of Art and Social Science, and other faculty members from the other Department of Buddhist Studies and from other departments. I am thankful to all the deans and head of the departments who sent their students in form of their contribution to participate in this national human right activity, which is one-day basic training program. And so far as the fulfillment with regard to the objective of National Human Rights Commission, it will not be possible until and unless we will not carry and we will not spread awareness. जो मॉर्निंग के हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर सर ने, हमारे कॉल सर ने बार बार एक बात की, sensitization and awareness. If we will not sensitize the masses, if we will not develop the awareness, and awareness is not possible at the end of one man. Awareness is not possible at the end of one institution. Awareness will not be complete if we will not come together. When I am talking about the institution, I am talking all the institutions regardless their speciality. All the institutions regarding the nature of governance. All the institutions, whether the governmental, social or civic societies. All the institutions, whether the religious or the family institution. And when I am talking all the institutions, the biggest institution, that is the student community, because they itself constitute one of the biggest institution of our country. और जब तक youth या students, इसीलिए आज के सेशन के अंदर रोल ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स एंड सिविल सोसाइटी और हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन हमने उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट किया, क्योंकि आप लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, जो आप सुनते हैं कितना घर में शेयर करते हैं. हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता कर रहे प्रोविजी सर ने कहा कि मेरी मदर, मेरी डॉटर, मेरी वाइफ. आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड माई मदर, माई ग्रैंड मदर, क्योंकि जो हम नेग्लेक्टेड लोग हैं, ग्रैंड मदर्स, ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, सर ने पहले ही कह दिया था मेरा टॉपिक नहीं है, इसलिए मैं माफी के साथ ऐड कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि जो नेग्लेक्टेड सीनियर सिटीजन्स हैं, फर्स्ट एंड द फोरमोस्ट अगर हमने उनके ह्यूमन राइट को प्रोटेक्ट कर लिया, तो मुझे लगता है ग्रैंड मदर के ह्यूमन राइट प्रोटेक्ट होते ही उनकी बहू और बेटियां ऑटोमेटिकली प्रोटेक्ट हो जाएंगी, और उनके 3 जनरेशन तक जो राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी 2019 के जजमेंट के बाद रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट हुआ, अगर ये हमने अपनी ग्रैंड मदर को राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी या प्रॉपर्टी के अंदर सक्सेशन के अंदर उनका शेयर देना शुरू किया, वेयर एज हम क्या करते हैं, वो पहले से ही मना कर देते हैं हमें कुछ नहीं चाहिए. दे आर नॉट इन नीड ऑफ एनीथिंग बिकॉज दे आर द मदर एंड वी आर सर्वाइविंग ऑन द मदरलैंड. उनको कुछ नहीं चाहिए, बट दिस इज अवर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी to acknowledge and to pay them what is their due. Whatever they will do with that, it is regardless, we should not think over that. So the moment we will start thinking about the protection of the rights of our grandmothers, specifically their rights in the property rights, they in the property, that means property right, then definitely the objective of our one day basic training program will be accomplished, and that is possible only if you will spread the information in your family. सभी लोग अपने परिवार में जाकर अगर ये इस इंफॉर्मेशन को शेयर कर पाते हैं, तो मुझे लगेगा आज के जिन अतिथियों को मैंने बुलाया है, आपकी तरफ से उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद होगा. हमारे सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय के लिए उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा धन्यवाद होगा. और आप इस काम को करते हैं, तो मैं सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से, नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन की तरफ से और सभी अतिथियों के बिहाफ पर आपका तहे दिल से आभारी रहूंगा. यहाँ पर जितने भी टेक्निकल लोग हैं, यहाँ पर जो सपोर्ट स्टाफ है, जो पर्दे के पीछे का स्टाफ है, मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में. एंड कुछ लोग जो कभी हमारे सामने नहीं आते, जिसे हम कहेंगे फाउंडर्स ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन, चाहे वो NHRC के फाउंडर्स हों, चाहे वो सुभारती इंस्टीट्यूशंस के फाउंडर्स हों। अगर ये दोनों संस्थाएं ना होती तो शायद आज का ये कार्यक्रम और हमारा ये आज का जो मिलन है, जो संगम है, वो संभव ना होता। जो सर ने बात कही, वो कौन सा दरिया जहां पर जाकर मैं नहाऊं क्योंकि हर जगह तो आग लगी है, वो बातें यहां पर नहीं होती। लेकिन मुझे लगता है ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशन डेवलप होते रहे तो शायद बहुत दूर नहीं है वो समय कि किसी भी दरिया में आग नहीं होगी और हमें शांति ढूंढने की चाहत नहीं होगी, क्योंकि शांति हमारे इर्द गिर्द ही होगी। इन शब्दों के साथ सभी ज्ञात अज्ञात शब्दियों का, आप सभी का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 15 मिनट का ब्रेक है। नीचे मुझे लगता है आफरी मैडम एक बार चेक कर लें, नीचे नाश्ता तैयार हो गया होगा। नाश्ते के लिए मेरा अपने अतिथियों से निवेदन कि वो मेरे कार्यालय में मेरे साथ चलेंगे। सभी छात्र छात्राओं से निवेदन, 15 मिनट बाद ठीक हम यहाँ पर मिलेंगे। हम ऑलरेडी 15 मिनट लेट हैं, तो 15 मिनट का मतलब ठीक 15 मिनट आप यहाँ पर रहें। एक बात ध्यान रखिएगा, जो लोग वैलिडिटी तक यहाँ पर होंगे सबको सर्टिफिकेट मिलेंगे। जो लोग बीच में चले जाएंगे हम उनको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे पाएंगे। द ऑब्जेक्टिविटी इज वेरी मच क्लियर कि अगर यदि आप पूरे दिन सीरियस होकर इस प्रोग्राम को अटेंड करते हैं, क्योंकि मैं किसी भी तरीके से सुभारती यूनिवर्सिटी के जो लोगो है या उसका मोनोग्राम और जो उसका मोटो है, या NHRC का जो लोगो और उनका मोटो है, उसको डाइल्यूट नहीं करना चाहूँगा। और मुझे लगता है आप भी संस्थाओं के अस्तित्व को किसी भी तरीके से हल्के में नहीं लेंगे। आप शाम को वैलिडिटी तक रुके रहेंगे तो आपको सर्टिफिकेट ज़रूर मिलेंगे और वैलिडिटी सेशन में ही मिलेंगे। अगर वैलिडिटी सेशन में जो लोग नहीं होंगे, मैं हाथ जोड़कर आपसे माफ़ी मांगता हूं, मैं उनको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे पाऊंगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ एक बार पुनः जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय सुभारती। एक बार पुनः नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन का और वहाँ से देवेंद्र कुमार निम जी जो ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं, जिन्हें हमारे बीच आना था, अपरिहार्य कारणों से वो नहीं आ पाए, उनका भी उनकी अनुपस्थिति में बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Action will be initiated against the Federation. The real life situation emphasizes the ongoing challenges women faces in sports. It's a reminder that we need change and accountability to ensure a fair and safe environment for every involved. Insert the point that had been also arise before of menstrual leave. Menstrual leave policies have not been widely adopted across India, with only Bihar and Kerala being the two states to have implemented such policies for women. Suggestion for menstrual leave recognize the unique challenge faced by female athletes. The concept of menstruation holiday had gained traction. This acknowledges the physiological change and provide opportunity for athletes to manage symptoms without compromising performance, promoting inclusivity and fostering education. In conclusion, let's work together to uplift women in sports, providing them the respect and the opportunity they deserve. The journey may be tough, but with collective efforts, we can make a stride toward a more inclusive and equal sports world. Thank you for listening us.
Next up, we have Kasak, who will be presenting the paper titled Empowering Equality, Navigating the Path to Gender Balance.
Jai Hind to all the respected dignitaries, faculty members and all the students. I am Kasak Sirohi. I am first year student of BLLB from Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law. The title of my research paper is Empowering Equality, Navigating the Path to Gender Balance. In the 21st century, equality is a fundamental concept. Equality ensures that every person is treated equally and every person has equal chance of achieving their full potential in life. And in today's world, achieving gender equality is a pressing and pivotal goal. Hence, the empowerment of women and the attainment of gender balance are the moral imperative and essential for the social, economic and political progress of societies. There are numerous challenges that are roots in historical, cultural and systematic biases. The one common form is discrimination against women that persist in various forms and include unequal access to education, employment opportunities, healthcare and political representation. Moreover, there are many ways to navigate the path of gender balance, and these ways include using education as the foundation. As education plays a pivotal role in breaking the cycle of gender inequality, education can help to bridge the gender gap in traditionally male-dominated fields and faster growth. Economic empowerment is another crucial aspect for achieving gender balance. Closing the gender pay gap, providing equal opportunities for career advancement, and promoting entrepreneurship are essential steps toward economic parity. Addressing cultural stereotypes and challenging gender norms are integral to promoting gender equality. Collaborative efforts to eliminate harmful stereotypes and encouraging men to embrace companion allyship for gender equality are vital for fostering inclusive attitudes. Navigating the path to gender balance is not only a matter of fairness and justice, but also catalyst for social progress and sustainable development. When women are empowered and given equal opportunities, entire communities thrive and societies become more resilient and prosperous. As someone said, if you want to measure the progress of a community, measure it with the degree of progress women have achieved. Achieving gender balance is not only a goal worth pursuing, it is integral for building a brighter and sustainable future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Ankita, who would be representing the topic Breaking Barriers, Advancing Gender Equality in Every Dimension.
Gender equal society would be one where the gender word doesn't exist, where everyone can be themselves. Jai Hind to respected all dignities and students. My name is Ankita, first year student of BLLB from Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law. Today I am going to present my paperwork on breaking barriers and advancing gender equality in every dimension. So here we go. Gender equality is imperative to human rights and peaceful society and has been a state in which access to rights or opportunities unaffected by the gender. It's not only women who are affected by gender inequality. All genders are impacted, including man, trans, and gender diverse people. And this turn impact children and family and people of all ages and background. Equality in gender does not mean that women and men will have or need the exact same resources, but women's and men's responsibility and opportunities will not depend on this assigned gender at birth. Every individual of society deserves equal right and access to resources, but discrimination held and the gender inequality is the prevalent discrimination in today's time. We all are aware of the drawbacks of gender inequality and the existence of rigid social norms and practices that affect the women and the people of marginalized gender. We are living in a globalized world, but even today, only 6 countries will give women the same legal work right as men. Over 1 billion women don't have a legal protection against domestic sexual violence and economic violence. Both have a significant impact on women's ability to thrive and live their life freely. In addition, women overall receive lower quality medical care than men. This is linked to other gender inequality reasons such as a lack of education and job opportunities, which result in more women being poverty. According to the research, when religiously freedom is attacked, women suffer the most. According to the World Economic Forum, when the extremist ideologies come into a community and restricted religious freedom, gender inequality gets worse. It would be impossible to talk about gender inequality without talking about racism. There are many ways to address the gender inequality, like ensure equal access to education, empower women at workplace, achieve better political representation, strengthen legal protection. At last, gender equality is not a woman issue. It is a human issue that affects us all. Gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenges of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development and building a good governance. That's all. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much. I would now request Anupam Krishnamurthy to kindly come up and present on gender equality.
Jai Hind everyone. I am Anupam Krishnamurthy, a student of BLLB 3rd year at Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law in Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. Today I present my topic on the research paper, Gender Equality Need of the Time. And my topic is Gender Stereotypes, How It Affects Women in Achieving Gender Equality. Gender equality and women employment are essential for human development. Significant progress has been made since 1995, but in the present era, new and serious problems have emerged both among women and regarding women rights and human rights in general. It is now time to consider how to measure women's equality and global employment. Measuring the extent of deprivation, which has been difficult to measure in the past, will become easier as a new sources and data are collected and compared. Advances in concept, knowledge and process of knowledge are also leading to the development of new development and equal opportunities lies in all spheres for all people, for women and men alike. These opportunities are unevenly distributed across the society by the stereotypes discrimination. Stereotypes discrimination puts an adverse impact on women's life. That's all.
Next up, we have Dr. Praveen Kumar, who would be representing the topic.
Myself, Dr. Praveen Kumar, working as an associate professor in Tathagat Buddhacharya, Samrat Ashoka of Subharti School of Buddhist Studies. That is say at the very outset, honestly, I confess that I came to know about this conference the day before yesterday, so I could not get time to prepare a paper. But although I chosen the title of my paper is that Buddha and human right. See that we have listened a lot about human right, and I think that I don't need to take much about it, that human right is a modern concept, and during a Buddha time that it had not come into in the being. But Buddha was far ahead of his time. And Buddhism as a religion and philosophy concerned with the maximum number of human well-being. When the first Sangha came into existence, that Buddha instructed his followers that Charat Vikkhave Charikam Bahujan Hitay Bahujan Sukhay Lokanukampai Athay Hitay Sukhay Dev Manusyanam. Now you move in the society for the welfare of the maximum number of people. And when the Buddha along with his disciple, when he was moving in the society, previously he was concerned with the human suffering, but he gave his ideas on the different socio-political issues, and one was Varna was one among them. When we go by the ancient Indian history, it appears that the first reference of in the Varna appears in the Rig Veda of in the Purushukta, when it is mentioned that the Brahmin came from in the mouth of the Brahma and the Shudras came from in the feet of the Brahma. When in the Buddha was moving in the society, he had a very powerful argument with the powerful Brahmin of his time, and when the Brahmin asked, that tell Gautmas what are the rules by which one becomes a Brahmin and one becomes a Shudras. Buddha said that it is your action which determines either you are a Brahmin or you are a Shudras. Brahmin said that no, I have come from in the mouth of the Brahma, so whatever I like I can do. That Buddha tried to convince him that tell me that what is the differences between when the Brahmin's wife becomes pregnant and the Shudras' wife becomes pregnant. There is no differences at all. So it is just unbiological and unscientific to prove and to think that the Brahmin came from in the mouth of the Brahma and the Shudras came from in the feet of the Brahma. When we go by, move from in the Vedic period to in the Brahmanical period, the Satpat Brahman, which is one of the most longest Brahman, and in the Satpat Brahman, the 4 words it appears that Ehi, Agam, Agach and Adrap. And Ehi stands for in the Brahmin, and they were instructed to move very slowly in the society, and Agach they were instructed to move just more little, and it stands for in the Kshatriya, and Atrab and Asra from in the Shudras, and they were instructed to move or run in the society. It doesn't matter between the death. So this absolute form of inequality existed when in the Buddhism was evolving and growing in the Indian society. Buddha laid emphasis on that a person becomes great not by virtue of taking merely birth in one particular caste and a community, but a person becomes great by his action, his wholesome action. There are different Pali Suttas like in the Dhampad and in the Shutnipat, wherein the Buddha had again argument with the Brahmin, and he reached on the conclusion. There is a famous verse, न जच्चा वसलो होती न वसलो होती ब्राह्मणो कम्मुना वसलो होती कम्मुना होती ब्राह्मणो. No one becomes Brahmin by taking merely birth in a Brahmin community, and no one becomes Shudras by taking merely birth in the Shudras community. It is your action which determines that either you are a Brahmin or you are a Shudras. So most important thing, Buddha gave a message that our action is important, and it is very much required implement in today's in the globalizing world of in the 21st century. See that I come from in the kind of a state like a Bihar, where I found that a very caste-ridden society, and because of in the caste that private armies were being formed like a Lorik Sena and the Redweed Sena, and they were engaged in the killing to each other. It was just an inhuman practice which has happened in our society.
Respected teachers and my dear friends, today my research paper topic is Equal Pay for Equal Work, Analyzing Changes in Current Scenario. Equal pay for equal work is the concept of labor rights that individuals in the same workplace to be given equal pay. It is most commonly used in the context of sexual discrimination in relation to the gender pay gap. Equal pay related to the full range of payments and benefits, including basic pay, non-salary payments, bonus and allowances. Some countries have moved faster than others in addressing equal pay. The Equal Pay Act requires that the men and women in the same workplace be given equal pay for equal work. Equal pay and equal work is requirement that men and women receive the same pay of performing the same job. This individual comparing the pay of the similar jobs, such as the female trunk mechanism pay to the male trunk mechanism pay. In 2022, women earned an average of 82% of that men earned, according to a new analysis of median hourly earning of the full and part-time workers. India Equal Remuneration Act of 1976 aimed to provide equal remuneration act to the men and women workers and to prevent discrimination against right to a master employment. As part of directive principle of state policy, the Constitution of India through Article 39 urges that the all states identically direct their policy towards security, equal pay for equal work for both men and women, and also ensuring that men and women have the right to an adequate means of livelihood. While these directive principles are not enforceable by any court of law, they are cruel to a governments of country, and a state is duty bound to consider them while enhancing law. While equal pay for equal work is not exactly the constitutional right, it has been read into the Constitution through the interpretation of the Article 14, 15 and 16, which guarantees equality before law, promotion against discrimination and equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. The Supreme Court of India has also directed this to be a constitutional goal available to every individual and capable of being attained through the enforcement of their fundamental rights set out in Article 14 and through 16. In a popular Supreme Court decision, the candidates of employment of their air hostess of Air India was challenged. The terms of employment required the mandatory requirement of females upon attaining the age of 33 if they were married within 4 years of service upon their first pregnancy. The court, however, struck down this provision had been availably discriminating as the violated Article 14-15 of the Indian Constitution. It is evident that the principle of equal pay for equal work has been literally organized globally. It has also been maintained that recognizing the principle of utmost importance for the social justice and economic stability of individual and eventually a whole group of the classes of the people. The other has studied the concept behind the principle of international convention relating to the principle and has specially taken about the status of the women and their need to importance of the principle in order to achieve equality between men and women. The principle of equal pay for equal work is a socio-legal inspective international intervention like UDHR, ICCPR, ICECR and ILO convention have been used to decide the stability of the principle in globalized world. It is important to maintain the mediate for the equality and humanity as per international human rights and other organized in terms. In the Indian context, it has been the same conceptual goal read in fundamental rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Prithvi, and today I'll be speaking on the topic human rights, especially on women's reproductive health. So, basically, in this day and age, I feel like women's reproductive health is something that everybody knows is important, but nobody is actually doing to ensure that it is an actual human right. Just an overview about reproductive health is that reproductive rights are about the legal right to contraception, to abortion, to fertility treatment, and access to information about one's reproductive body. So these reproductive rights, they secure people's freedom to decide about their body's capacities to reproduce or not. In the historical context of reproductive rights, we have seen that women are often bound to societal expectations, religious doctrines, and legal restrictions. But the advent of birth control in the mid-20th century marked a pivotal moment in the trajectory of reproductive rights. India's women who have done some activism against the economic exploitation of several forms of gender violence in the late 1960s saw an increase, and the international arena also shifted its focus towards women's rights. When we think about human rights and especially women's rights, I feel like the reproductive rights take the topmost level in the importance chart. And that's why the United Nations mandated that several countries, including India, critically assess the social conditions of women, which led to the creation of a committee for the status of women in India in 1974. The Indian Supreme Court legalized abortions under the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act in 1971. Recently in 2022, that act was also amended in a historic move, raising the time limit of abortions from 20 to 24 weeks. This amendment also added several categories of women eligible for abortions, including rape survivors and women with disabilities. No, I feel like the fact that the human rights and women's rights have come a long way since what they were in the 1960s and 1980s, but still there are many contemporary challenges like socio-economic disparities, inadequate healthcare access, and cultural norms that create barriers for women in this day and age too. And again, the lack of sex education in schools among rural areas and rural women is also something that needs to be rectified. Numerous public demonstrations and requests for stronger legislation and appeals for enforcement of law have sprung up in response to recent incidents of rape throughout India. Finally, to conclude my presentation, the struggle of reproductive right is an ongoing journey, like I said, and a holistic approach that addresses not only legal barriers but also societal norms and systemic inequalities is crucial for advancing the cause of reproductive rights and ensuring that all women have the agency and autonomy to make decisions about their own bodies and lives.
Respected chairs, dignitaries, faculties, and students. I'm Dr. Pallavi Mukherjee, though working as a faculty in the Department of Buddhist Studies, but my first master's in Southeast Asian Studies, where my special paper was Human Rights and Gender Study. So when I am listening about the conference, I thought it was my duty as a citizen that when my homeland is facing a serious problem of Sandeshkhali incident, where each and every day the smashing of human rights and gender-based violation, it is my duty to present my paper, where it is a case study type of research article. It is on the breaking the silence, gender-based violence, human rights, and Sandeshkhali incident in West Bengal, a call to global action. It is a quiet village, Sandeshkhali, under the subdivision of Basirhat of North 24 Parganas in West Bengal. Their harrowing tale of abuse and injustice has unfolded, shattering lives of countless women, exposing a dark underbelly of power dynamics and impunity. For over a decade, they are saying almost of 13 years from the present ruling government came in West Bengal, this community have endured unspeakable horrors at the hands of local leaders, casting a long shadow over their quest for justice and dignity. This incident, which has spanned over a decade, serves a stark reminder to pervasive scourge of gender-based violence that continues the plagues around the world. In this research article, I have made next point of contextualizing gender-based violence in India, and another third point, challenges in reporting and seeking justice for gender-based violence in India, breaking the silence and building safe space, which I am skipping for the time constraint. Now, fourth point, I have made human rights implications of Sandeshkhali incident, upholding safety, dignity, and justice. The Sandeshkhali incident of West Bengal has brought to light egregious violations of human rights, particularly the rights of safety, dignity, justice in the wake of allegations of sexual violation, abuse, perpetrated by individuals in position of power. So this article delves into the human rights implication of the Sandeshkhali incident, highlighting the fundamental rights that are compromised when individuals, particularly women, are subject to of such atrocities. In this context, the next topic I have made the role of political leaders in addressing gender-based violence, fostering accountability and transparency in the aftermath of Sandeshkhali incident, has thrust the role of political leaders in the spotlight, raising critical questions about their responsibility in addressing and preventing gender-based violence. When members of their own party are implicated in such atrocities, political leaders have faced profound moral and ethical imperative to uphold accountability, transparency, and impartial investigation processes. So, trying to critically analyze the role of political leaders in the aftermath of Sandeshkhali incident, emphasizing the need for robust mechanism to ensure justice and prevent future occurrences of gender-based violence. In this context, next point is Sandeshkhali incident, a call for global solidarity in combating gender-based violence, have a intimation of the pervasive nature of gender-based violence and its profound human rights implication.
While the incident may seem localized, its reverberations extend far beyond the borders of Sandeshkhali, highlighting the Sandeshkhali incident, emphasizing the need for collective action and solidarity in addressing gender-based violence and upholding human rights and worldwide. The present ruling government, they were sabotage this incident in such a way. Bhaiya, please PPT show kijiye. So they were tried to sabotage that no mainstream media houses has covered these news, but just 2 days before, plea of a Supreme Court to interference of the National Human Rights Organization. So in the next context, taking action against gender-based violence, a roadmap for change in Sandeshkhali, West Bengal. This incident brought to light the urgent need for action to address gender-based violence and uphold the right of survivors in West Bengal and beyond. Concrete steps must be taken to enact policy reforms, raise awareness and provide support services for the survivors. Here we are trying to outline a comprehensive roadmap for action, urging readers to stand in solidarity with survivors, amplify their voices and advocate for systematic change in Sandeshkhali and beyond. In the wake of Sandeshkhali incident of West Bengal, the imperative to address gender-based violence as a human rights issue has never been more urgent. The title, Breaking Silence, Gender-Based Violence, Human Rights and the Sandeshkhali Incident in West Bengal, a call to global action, has explored the multifaceted dimensions of gender-based violation, emphasizing the interconnectedness of these issues and the need for collective action on a global scale. In conclusion, I would like to mention the Sandeshkhali incident is not an isolated event, but an admonition of urgent need for global solidarity in combating for gender-based violation and upholding human rights. It is a call to action for policymakers, civil society organizers, communities, individuals worldwide to prioritize the prevention of GBV, support survivors and hold perpetrators accountable. By breaking the silence surrounding of gender-based violence, we can create a world where every individual can treat it with dignity, respect, equality, free from the scourge of gender-based violence. The time for action is now and together, so that we can build a brighter, more just future for all. In the PPT, I have showed 2 YouTube channels, those who has firstly showed in national level. ये 2 YouTube channels है जो जर्नलिस्ट पॉलमी इसको चलाते हैं और उनको भी दिया गया है notice from the ruling government to sabotage and stop this spreading, to stop this news, and ruling government 144 वहाँ पे जारी कर दिए है to stop, to calm and quiet the woman who has now embarking about to their ruling parties ladies are also there, and they are saying we don't want anything, just we are unable to tolerate the torture from these people, just give us, just हमें जीने दो. ये हमारा स्टेप लेना है सीएम को, उनका यही मेन मोटो है और कुछ नहीं. भैया आगे पीपीटी दिखा दीजिए 2 स्लाइड. एक है संदेशखाली इंसिडेंट, हाउ इंडिया टाइम्स इज मेंशनिंग, एंड अनदर इज वन फेमस leader, Sharbori Mukherjee, she has stated in a YouTube channel. That's it.
Human rights are women rights. Women rights are human rights. Once and all, this is quoted by the Hillary Clinton. Jai Hind to each and every one of you. I, Dr. Neha, Associate Professor, Department of Liberal Art and Humanities, Faculty of Art and Social Science, Swami Vivekanand, Subharti University. First of all, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished dignitaries, chairperson and the co-chairperson of this session. And I would like to give thanks to the organizing committee for providing me a chance to present my paper in this national seminar. This is one-day training program, and which is very important for all of us, because being a woman, we must know about our rights, what rights we have and how can we use all these rights. So my paper topic is Human Rights are Women Rights, a study of women rights in India. So firstly I want to tell कि यत्र नारी पूजन्ते तत्र देवता रमन्ते. India is a divine place of God and goddesses. Since early time, various goddesses are being worshipped and praised, but said reality is the real goddess, woman in the form of mother, in the form of wife, in the form of daughter, in the form of sister and friend, is buried deep inside burning layer of inequality. You can tell the condition of a nation by looking at the status of its women. This is called by the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. They said कि if you really want to tell about the condition of a particular nation, so firstly you will have to understand then what is the condition of a woman in that particular country. Then you will be able to know that is that country is developed or not. So according to the UN, women empowerment have 5 components which I want to tell here. Women's sense of self-worth, their right to determine choice, their right to have access to opportunity and resources, their right to have the power to control their own lives, both within and outside the home. Their ability to influence the direction of social change to create a more just social economic orders, nationally and internationally. We all know, we heard about that women are equal and are given same status and freedom. But reality is that, what is the reality? But the reality is frequently observed on the newspaper. Sad reality is that they are always given second-grade citizen after men, and no matter what policies, what leader ideology says. India, with its rich diversity and heritage, had an ugly side too. If women have been worshipped as a goddess, there has been no Nirbhaya Kand. Though the situation has improved, like education and policy making, but the implementation and actual reality is daunting. That is totally different from the reality. Women empowerment in India depends on various factors like geographical location, urban and the rural, education, social status, caste, class, ages, etc. So many government policies are there, but having policies and applying them in reality, that is totally different from all of things. The government figures may be supportive enough for justification and implementation of the policies, but said reality is still in India, the woman faces discrimination. They faces inequalities, they faces social issues, they faces crimes, they faces in their daily routine. Swami Vivekanand has said there are no chance for the welfare of the world and unless the condition of women is improved. And it is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing. So here are some objectives of my paper: to know the need of the women rights, to analyze the women rights in India, to review the government which ensured women rights, to identify the issues and challenges of the women rights. So here I just want to tell about the women rights. Women rights are classified into 2 categories. The very first one is constitutional rights and the second one is legal rights. The government has made many of the policies. If I'll talk about the legal rights, Protection of Women, Domestic Violence Act, Immoral Traffic, Incident Representation of Women Act, Dowry Prohibition Act, Maternity Benefit Act, and so on. There are so many laws are there. There are some unique Indian women rights: right to sharing of property, right to equality of pay, right to dignity and decency, right against workplace harassment, right against domestic violence, right to get free legal aid, right not to be arrested at nights, right to register virtual complaints, right against indecent representation, right against being stalked, right to zero FIR. There are so many rights, but still what is the condition of women nowadays? Women is facing a life cycle of discrimination. And this discrimination, if I'll talk about it, divided into 4 stages. The very first one is pre-birth. Pre-birth like abortion, gender preferences, birth, youth and crimes. Next, marriage and after marriage. These are the 4 categories which shows the women life cycle. They are facing such type of problem, whether there is a pre-birth, birth, youth crimes, marriage and after marriage. Issues and challenges to women rights in India. They are also facing the challenges in their life, whether there is a education, poverty, sexual abuse, harassment, health and safety, professional inequality, household inequality. The point is that there are so many laws, there are so many rights, but still the women is facing so many problems from very beginning to the last one, whether it is pre-birth, birth, marriage or after marriage. So this is the recent news, as you all, everyone heard about that, कि TMC के गुंडों का तांडव, हिंदू महिलाओं का रेप. बिकॉज मेरे से पहले मैम ने जो बताया कि संदेश खाली, अभी संदेश खाली में क्या हो रहा है, वहां पर जितने भी टीएमसी के जितने भी गुंडे हैं वो सब क्या कर रहे हैं, महिलाओं के साथ वही रात के 12 बजे उन्हें मीटिंग के नाम पर बुलाना, अगर किसी ने कोई काम करने से मना किया तो उन्हें उनके साथ गलत व्यवहार करना, और उसी के साथ ही वो जो काम करते हैं उसके रिगार्डिंग उन्हें कोई भी वेजेस ना देना, अगर कोई उसके अगेंस्ट उठाता है तो उनके अगेंस्ट में वो गलत FIR करके उन्हें जेल भिजवा देते हैं. So still we all are facing all these problems, and I can suggest some of the suggestion here कि strict law should be there not only in document but should be taken for a proper implementation. Women education has to be compulsory for all. Proper implementation of policy for women empowerment. Awareness camp should be organized for all. Adult education should be for all and each, whether there is a boy or girl, it should be there for everyone. Also, adult education will also help and support the growth of economy. And the last one is, conclusion is here, I can say, when women move, the family move, the village move, and the nation move. It is essential as their thought, their value system lead the development of a good family, good society, and ultimately a good nation. A proper awareness of the right of women can ensure safety and protection of the woman along with its enforcement. So thank you everyone for your kind cooperation and support. Thank you.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure, sir, definitely.
Trying to get clarification from you.
Sure, sir.
What is your opinion about marital rape? Do you think that it should be prohibited by the law?
Just 1 second, sir.
Whether we should have a law to prohibit marital?
Prohibit? अच्छा, marital.
Marital rape कभी सुना आपने वो?
हाँ, sir.
उसको prohibit करने के लिए इंडिया में law चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए?
Sir, of course हमें चाहिए. If a woman say no, so that means it is no. If a woman will say it is yes, then it is yes. So it should be clear, understandable to all the men and all those people who raise their voice or their action without asking a woman कि can we go or can we do that. तो there must be, they should know कि हमारा लो इतना स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए कि उन्हें वो माइंड में थॉट आने से पहले ही डर जाना चाहिए कि अगर हमने ये स्टेप उठा लिया तो क्या होगा. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
I would request Dr. Rahul Sirohi and Babita Chaudhary, if they are present here, to kindly come up. Dr. Rahul Sirohi and Babita Chaudhary.
Thank you. I will not take much time. Well, already I came here and giving a hint that session has to be. But still, it's a presentation and several aspects are being covered, particularly like current issues, like scenarios of women in sports, then empowering equality, gender equality particularly, and then moving to the women's reproductive health, then equal pay for equal work, and last but not least, the presentation about study of human rights in India. So, in all this presentation, it is a really a good, what you can say, it is a blueprint to some extent, but still need to, what you can say, make it more meaningful, make it more quite focus on it, rather than very superficial level to narrating the point. I understand few of them are from the first year student, I understand their limitations, but still this is the right occasion, right moment that the day you will begin focusing on certain issues, it will be more useful, particularly for seminars. So just briefly some of the comment, and also I would like to highlight some of the aspects which could be useful for all of us to have certain thought on it. There are recently lot of amendments and what you say, several laws has been passed, and pertaining to women also certain debate and discussion has took place in this country. But still what you will find that the trend which needs to be from where you could see from the interest level or discussion team still need to be incorporated in Indian dimension as well. Why I raised the marital rape question? Because that criminal law and amendment was being, you must be knowing about it, it was been under discussion, and there was a proposal that it has to be prohibited, and this is the right occasion that criminal law amendment must include a provision pertaining to prohibiting of marital. So it is just a hint, it is a hint I am giving you that there are several issues are being around the women, lot of discussion, huge debates are being there worldwide. We need to somehow articulate the Indian position on it, and we have to also look into how much it is possible to sensitize on these issues, keeping that debate to be very renewing debate and current debate, rather than going back to similar aspects, equal work we have been discussing, debating for a long time. There are several government laws have been made, some are definitely it has not been easy to achieve that goal. But still there are several other issues that are being around us. Like you must be knowing about NRI marriages. It's a huge debate, and all of us know very well. It's very lucrative proposals, getting married to foreign NRI, and it is being often our girls are being lured for that purpose, and they have went over there, and then you find that they have been given divorce over it. And there are a lot of issues, legal issues arising. So recently there is I'm just trying to bring you to the how we will hold the seminar. We have some purpose to bring the current discussion into this course. So currently, recently, 2 days back, you can see just 2 days back you find a law commission, India Law Commission report, and this report highlights compulsory registration of NRI marriage. These are aspects I'm just trying to bring to you to make you to see that we have to highlight the what is been discrepancies in the available in the existing law, as well also to see how the future law has to be also saved in that time. So like women reproductive, we discussed it, and last time when I came, then that time Delhi what you can say case was X versus Principal Secretary case was in there, and we were appreciating the efforts of the Delhi High Court, ensuring the what you can say it's a women's bodily integrity, right of bodily integrity, right, which has been enshrined by in that judgment. But thereafter, this case went to the Supreme Court. We didn't find up to expectation what we look forward for the Delhi High Court judgment. So, like these discussions need to be highlighted in seminar of it. Rather than going to like somehow to see that lot of literature has been written on it, need not to again unless until you need to also corroborate certain aspects. So my idea is only to suggest to you, if you come to the seminar, make the point when what could be the current discourses in there. Focus on those aspects. Some of the issues very currently being under debate, we need to also articulate our position on. We should not restrain ourselves highlighting our own opinion on, and that will be added value to any seminar. And I look forward that on these. Let me go a little bit history also, as I said that. You know that there is a convention has been adopted on the discrimination against women way back in 1979. 2000 we have adopted optional protocol to give it more meaningful implementation through our work. We have made several laws that have been highlighted, and virtually we have made all attempts, what we can say, to realize the rights which is so far been guaranteed in several laws. But somehow you see there are certain concepts and theory which are also at the present time is being worldwide under interpretation and bringing into the women's right. So, like theoretically point, and somehow you will find that at one point of time the law may not move further because nothing new, what you can say, concept or interpretation has been brought. So some effort has been also been made, especially as some scholars from India also. Those who try to bring those new concepts to make it more meaningful the present existing law. In terms of that, implementation could be achieved. So somehow that like issues pertaining to customs, pertaining to women, that is the one what you can say found that we have been often been found that women are being, their rights are being violated, rights of women are being violated in the terms of promotion of the customs, tradition, culture. Often that this is the one paradigm under which most of the discussion on women today is being there. Most of them are related with this one, and you will find that this aspect is being for long under exploration how which theory, new theory has to be evolved to address this. Till that we have applied all laws, all theory, could not able to achieve that. You know there is theory like somehow if you look in criminal law, this is not new invention which you could see at present day, but reversing the burden of proof, often being one of the tools used in criminal law. Similarly, there is theory which is emerging. I am just referring here to just go to and look at theory. There is one concept which is the due diligence obligations. Due diligence obligation. I don't know Hindi, sir. आप बताएंगे. Due diligence theory, which is known as a no harm obligation. No harm means that what you will see in environmental law, those who are from the law background, that in environment, you know that when the extraterritorial obligations of the environment were being removed, it was on the basis of due diligence obligation. It means that any policy, any law which has been made should be made in that way that should not harm the rights of the people. So due diligence obligations is the one theory which is under that discourse is being there. Now, how you want to include into your enactment act is the important task before. Like many other Norway and some other countries are being exploded and they have brought this concept into their municipal levels. How India could be possible to see, particularly I am highlighting to relate the due diligence obligation pertaining to the customs, culture, traditions, which is being, what you can say, somehow to be used against the distribution of women. So that context has to give us a understanding, their concept, which is being currently under discourse, need to also incorporate into the municipal legal system or constitutional law somehow. So I will not go on to say on this aspect, but there are many other concepts are being also emerging. I have just given one example to look into. Thank you. So I thank to Professor Barodi for inviting me to Subharti Law School, and I am coming for long time. So it's not my first visit. This seems to me it's my second home after Indian Society of International Law, I can say. So thank you, Barodi, for giving me this opportunity.
धन्यवाद सर, आपने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही। मैं लॉ की विद्यार्थी नहीं हूँ, साहित्य की विद्यार्थी हूँ। मैं जब हम किसी भी अधिकारों की बात करते हैं तो हमें ज़रूरी होता है जड़ों से जुड़े रहना। मैं कहीं कोट पढ़ रही थी, शायद रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर का है, जब उन्होंने कहा कि अगर पृथ्वी पेड़ कहे कि मुझे मिट्टी से आज़ाद होना, तो वो आज़ादी सच में आज़ादी नहीं होती। तो हमें अपनी जड़ों से जुड़े रहकर, अपनी जीवन मूल्यों से जुड़े रहकर, अपनी परंपरा कह रही हूँ, रूढ़िवादिता नहीं कह रही हूँ, अपनी परंपराओं से जुड़े रहकर जो सकारात्मक हैं, पर हम बहुत सारे अधिकारों को जिन हम ह्यूमन राइट्स और वुमेन राइट्स की बात कर रहे हैं संरक्षित कर सकते। कि ये लॉ का जो पक्ष है, विधि का जो आयाम है, उस आयाम की और भी बहुत सारे मुझे लगता है लेयर्स होती हैं, पर्दे होती हैं, और उसको किसी बहुत सारे प्रश्न ऐसे होते हैं जिनको यस और नो में नहीं जाना जा सकता। यस और नो में बहुत सारे प्रश्नों के उत्तर नहीं दिए जा सकते। उनके लिए हमें बहुत सारे बारीकियों में जाना होगा, सूक्ष्मताओं को समझना होगा, फिर शायद हम किसी निर्णय पर पहुंच पाएंगे। इसमें मुझे पूरा भरोसा नहीं है, क्योंकि हमेशा निर्णय नहीं हो सकते। किसी चीज का एक बिल्कुल स्पष्ट निर्णय कर पाना कई बार मुश्किल होता है, ऐसा नहीं होता है। धन्यवाद सर, आपने मुझे अवसर दिया और मेरे लिए सच में ये बड़ा अवसर था। मैं आभार करती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much for sharing your views, ma'am and sir. I would now request the chair, Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, and the co-chair, Dr. Seema Sharma, ma'am, to kindly felicitate the participants with certificate of appreciation. I request Pallavi Mukherjee to kindly come up on the stage and collect her certificate.
We would like to extend our heartiest gratitude to our chair, Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, and our co-chair, Dr. Seema ma'am, for their insightful input on the papers covered under this session, and their tremendous effort in ensuring the successful completion of the first session of our seminar, Human Rights and Women Rights. माफ़ी मांग के एक चीज़ ऐड करना चाहूँगी। मैम ने बोला कि मैं लॉ की कनेक्टेड नहीं हूँ लॉ से, बट मैं एक चीज़ बोलूँगी मैम कि हर पर्सन लॉ से कनेक्टेड है, हर पर्सन लॉ स्टूडेंट है, जो भी हम पढ़ रहे हैं सब लॉ स्टूडेंट है। देन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स फॉर देयर हार्ड वर्क एंड इन प्रेजेंटिंग देयर पेपर्स and preparing the paper. I know how much you have put in an effort in your papers. Then last but not the least, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to all the audience members, all the students, for maintaining the discipline as well as listening to this presentation carefully. Thank you.
Welcome friends. इससे पहले कि आप अपना भाषण दे दें, दो एक तीन चीजें बतानी है। एक तो ये है कि आपकी इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत नहीं है, यहीं लिखा हुआ है। अगर आप फिर भी कहेंगे तो आप कह सकते हैं, नो वरी। नंबर दो, उसके बाद आप अपने टॉपिक पे आएंगे और उस टॉपिक में आपकी खास चीजें, खास जो आपकी कंक्लूजन या रिकमेंडेशन है वो बताएंगे। और जैसे अब सवेरे से या पहले भी सब लोगों को हिस्ट्री पता है, कैसे आया NAAC, क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। So जो आपका मुद्दा जो है, what is your main recommendation? तो मुझे वो our friends जो है उनको मिलना चाहिए। That is most important. Thank you.
ओके सर। तो सबसे पहले थोड़ा सा कर देता हूँ, फिर फ्री थोड़ा मेरी मोरल ड्यूटी बनती है। मंच पर बैठे हुए मेरे अतिथि का मैं स्वार्थी परिवार की तरफ से हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने कीमती समय से निकालकर हमें जो ये समय दिया छात्रों को मार्गदर्शन करने का, मैं इसके लिए आभारी रहूँगा। और साथ ही इस सेमिनार के जो आयोजक हैं, मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। जो उन्होंने जो इसका टाइटल चुना है वो बहुत अच्छा है, स्वार्थ भूमिक है, सभी लोगों के लिए इसका जानना जरूरी है। अब मैं थोड़ा सा इसको जो लिया है ह्यूमन राइट्स, मानवाधिकार। जैसे ही कोई प्राणी संसार में जन्म लेता है, उसके व्यक्तित्व के विकास के लिए, उसके जीने के लिए, स्वतंत्रता के लिए मानवाधिकार जरूरी है। कोई भी राष्ट्र पूर्णतः जब ही स्वतंत्र माना जाता है जब प्रत्येक नागरिक को जीने का अधिकार, व्यक्तित्व का विकास का अधिकार, समानता का अधिकार, रोजगार पाने का अधिकार, सुरक्षा का अधिकार मिले, जब ही वो स्वतंत्र माना जाता है, जब ही वो एक विकसित या विकासशील देश की श्रेणी में आता है। इसके वैसे कहीं ज़्यादातर बच्चों आपको ये जानना जरूरी है कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन फंडामेंटल राइट एंड ह्यूमन राइट। अगर देखा जाए जितने ही मौलिक अधिकार हैं फंडामेंटल राइट, वो सारे मानवाधिकार की कैटेगरी में आते हैं, श्रेणी में आते हैं। लेकिन सारे मानवाधिकार आपके फंडामेंटल राइट में नहीं आते। फंडामेंटल राइट भी हमारे संविधान द्वारा दिए गए हैं, और लेकिन ह्यूमन राइट्स का जो है सर्किल स्पेस इसका बड़ा है। ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हमें इनकी सुरक्षा की गारंटी दी जाती है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हम 10 दिसंबर को ह्यूमन राइट्स मनाते हैं। अगर मौलिक फंडामेंटल राइट केवल देश तक ही लिमिटेड है, हमारे देश तक, संविधान तक, उसके आगे हम कहीं नहीं जा सकते। लेकिन अगर हमारे मानव राइट का उल्लंघन होता है कहीं भी, तो हम इसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इसकी आवाज़ उठा सकते हैं। और ये होता भी है। कहीं भी अगर किसी देश का नागरिक देख रहा है कि मेरे साथ उत्पीड़न हो रहा है उसका कहीं पे भी, और उसके कंट्री में उसकी सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है, तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी अपील करता है। ये सभी हमारे देश की स्थिति इतनी खराब, थोड़ा सा इस मामले में ह्यूमन राइट्स में देख लो या जेंडर इक्वलिटी में देख लो, मेरा टॉपिक जेंडर इक्वलिटी है। 143 देशों की सूची में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हम 123 पायदान पर आते हैं। इतनी स्थिति खराब है हमारी। आज भी यहाँ लोगों का शोषण होता है, चाहे किसी भी फील्ड में ले लो, चाहे शिक्षा का अधिकार हो, चाहे महिलाओं में यौन उत्पीड़न हो, चाहे सुरक्षा का अधिकार हो, चाहे घरेलू हिंसा का क्षेत्र हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र लो, दलित आदिवासी बस्ती के लोगों को देख लो, अगर आप इंटीरियर गांव में देख लो, तो जाति के आधार पर कहीं ना कहीं डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मिलेगा। जब भी आज हम विकसित देशों की, डेवलप कंट्री की कैटेगरी में नहीं आ पाए हैं, इसका एक मुख्य कारण हमारे यहाँ मौलिक अधिकार और मानवाधिकारों का पूरी तरीके से पालन नहीं होना है। जब भी मानवाधिकार का उल्लंघन होता है तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इसकी गूंज होती है। अब इसके अंदर मैं थोड़ा सा बता दूं, जेंडर इक्वलिटी है जो मेरा टॉपिक है, सब थीम जो मैंने ली है। जेंडर इक्वलिटी से तात्पर्य है सभी संविधान के सामने, चाहे मेल हो चाहे फीमेल हो, सबको समान अधिकार मिलने चाहिए। हमारे देश में फीमेल की स्थिति इस जेंडर इक्वलिटी के अंदर में वुमेन पोजीशन को बताना चाहता है। महिलाओं की स्थिति बहुत ज़्यादा दयनीय है, अभी भी खराब है महिलाओं की स्थिति। वहाँ पे भी हम अगर ऑल ओवर हम इंटरनेशनल पर एनालिसिस करें तो वहाँ पे भी हम 213वें पायदान पर आते हैं। क्यों? इसका मेन रीज़न ये है, एक तो हमारे देश में शिक्षा का जो रेशो है एजुकेशन का, उसमें भी बड़ा अंतर है, डिफरेंसेस। सबसे बड़ा मेन कारण है जेंडर इक्वलिटी में जो डिफरेंसेस है रेशो में, ये जो लिटरेसी रेट है इसमें बड़ा अंतर है। जो मेल की रेशो है लिटरेसी की वो 85% है, जबकि ये महिलाओं की 60% है। तो इसमें 20% का अंतर है। देयर इज ए ह्यूज डिफरेंस लिटरेसी रेट बिटवीन मेल एंड फीमेल। इसी के कारण यहाँ जो जेंडर इक्वलिटी है इसी कारण बराबर नहीं आ पा रही है, जबकि संविधान द्वारा महिलाओं को 11 अधिकार दिए गए हैं, जिससे उनकी स्थिति में कुछ प्रोग्रेस हुई है जेंडर इक्वलिटी में। एक इनमें एक शिक्षा का अधिकार दिया गया है। शिक्षा का अधिकार आपको इसमें 6 से 14 वर्ष तक का, चाहे लड़का और लड़की सभी को कंपलसरी एजुकेशन, फ्री एजुकेशन, उसको एनरोल्ड होना पड़ेगा। प्राइवेट स्कूलों में 25% सभी बच्चों को, चाहे EWS गरीब रेखा से है, सभी को बच्चों को एडमिशन देना पड़ेगा हर पब्लिक स्कूल को। ये भी एक जेंडर इक्वलिटी में एक अच्छा स्टेप लिया है गवर्नमेंट ने, जिससे सभी को शिक्षा मिल सके, गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन। क्योंकि प्राइमरी एजुकेशन सस्ती होती है, कोई चाहता मेरा बच्चा कॉन्वेंट पे पढ़े तो 25% हर स्कूल वाले को आपको देना पड़ेगा।
गरीबी का सबसे फिर बताया मैंने, जेंडर इक्वलिटी में गरीबी का कारण पॉवर्टी लाइन। हमारे देश में आर्थिक क्षमता बहुत ज़्यादा अगर देखा जाए, किसी के पास धन कमान के रिसोर्सेज ज़्यादा हैं, किसी फैमिली में कोई ज़्यादा पड़ा हुआ है, तो इसके कारण भी ये जेंडर इक्वलिटी है। जहाँ गरीब लोग होते हैं, अशिक्षित ज़्यादा संख्या पाई जाती है, गरीबी पाई जाती है, अविश्वास पाया जाता है, वहाँ ये जेंडर इक्वलिटी आपको देखने को मिलेगी। जितनी भी आदिवासी बस्तियाँ हैं, जैसे एमपी राज्य ले लो, आप उड़ीसा ले लो, आप यूपी को भी ले सकते हो, कर्नाटक को, जितने भी आदिवासी हैं, शेड्यूल ट्राइब वाले क्षेत्र, उनमें लड़कियों को आज भी पढ़ने का अधिकार नहीं है। कम एज में उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है, 12-13 साल की एज में ही। ऐसे ही अफ्रीका कंटिनेंट का हाल है, जैसे हमारे इंडिया का है। दूसरा है हमारे यहाँ, जो थोड़ा सा मैं एक पॉइंट के लिए क्षमा मांगूंगा, अगर मुझे जज मानता है दे जाए, यहाँ महिलाओं को जैसे पुरुषों को मानते हैं कि भाई हमारा परिवार का ये नाम रोशन करेगा, इसको जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा है, ये हमारा लेडीजों को एक धर्म में, थोड़ा सा अगर धर्म के लोग बैठे हैं, उनमें सारे नहीं है, मैं कुछ लोगों को कहूँगा, अगर उन्हें बुरा लगता है तो मैं क्षमा मांगूंगा। लेडीजों को माना जाता था बच्चा पैदा करने की मशीन, एंटरटेनमेंट का साधन। वो थिंकिंग जो है वो जेंडर इक्वलिटी में बाधा ला रही है। लेडीज को अगर देखा जाए डेवलप कंट्री, वहाँ बिल्कुल पुरुषों के बराबर उनके इक्वल राइट है। अगर अब फैमिलियों में जहाँ जैसे बॉम्बे है, दिल्ली है, वहाँ बराबर का उनको, क्योंकि महिलाओं को भी सम्मान का अधिकार है, वो भी हर क्षेत्र में रोजगार की समानता भी उन्हें दी गई है। जब हम लेडीज को एक नज़र से देखेंगे, लड़का लड़की समान है, कि भाई जो ये कर सकता है, अगर ये रोजगार आईएएस बन सकता है तो हमारी बेटी भी आईएएस बन सकती हैं, ये परिवार की जिम्मेदारी ले सकता है तो ये भी, जो हमारी सामाजिक मान्यताएं थी, धार्मिक परंपराएं कि भाई लड़कियों को नहीं पढ़ाना है, ये भी जेंडर इक्वलिटी में सबसे बड़ी बाधा थी। तो इसको भी हमें दूर करना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए सरकार ने स्टेप उठाए हैं। जो बाल विवाह है उसकी एज को बढ़ा दिया गया, 18 साल कर दिया गया है, और कहीं ना कहीं औरतों के जो भी जैसे शिक्षा का अधिकार, बराबर समानता का अधिकार दिया गया है। पहले लड़कियां ये माना जाता है इनके लिए टीचिंग ही जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं आज 75% में लड़कियां अपना उन्हें अपॉर्चुनिटी है, बिल्कुल, चाहे वो आर्मी हो, जो सबसे बड़ी हमारी आर्मी होती है, सुरक्षा होती है, चाहे आप मेडिकल लाइन ले लो, चाहे जुडिशरी की लाइन ले लो, आप चाहे एजुकेशन की, कोई भी फील्ड ऐसा नहीं है जहां लड़कियां को जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी के चांस नहीं है। तो अब इससे भी जो सरकार ने इसको प्रमोट किया है, वुमेन्स राइट्स दिए हैं, इससे कहीं ना कहीं ये जेंडर इक्वलिटी आ रही है। तो एक गरीबी का कारण बताया था मैंने, सामाजिक मान्यताएं। एक वैदिक काल में, सबसे पहले एक वैदिक काल बना, वहां स्त्रियों की दशा अच्छी थी, लेकिन मुस्लिम काल और बौद्ध काल में थोड़ा सा स्त्रियों की स्थिति गिरी, उन्हें धार्मिक कार्य करने की छूट नहीं थी। ये सब कारण, पितृत्मक सत्ता, पुरुष प्रधान सत्ता, ये कहीं ना कहीं कारण रहे हैं। लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं है, धीरे धीरे सरकार के बहुत अच्छे संविधान के द्वारा कानून देना, उच्च स्तर पर उनके कार्यक्रम चलाए जाना, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, सुकन्या सुरक्षा, सुकन्या जो एक योजना चलाई है गवर्नमेंट ने, बहुत अच्छी अच्छी योजना चलाई है, आपको ग्रेजुएशन तक लड़कियों को मुफ्त शिक्षा है। तो इस तरह के कार्यक्रम से कहीं ना कहीं जेंडर इक्वलिटी, मेल और फीमेल बराबर हो जाएंगे। समय कम है, नहीं तो मैं और अच्छा बता सकता। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर राहुल सिरोही, अच्छी बात कही आपने। आपने बताया कि जब हम जन्म लेते हैं, मैं ये कहता हूँ मरने तक हमारे कुछ अधिकार हैं, क्योंकि जैसा भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, he will correct me if I'm wrong, कि अगर कोई किसी व्यक्ति की मृत्यु हो जाती है और अगर हम उस डेड बॉडी के साथ कोई अपभद्र व्यवहार करते हैं, तो we are committing an offense. So you have the right of a decent burial. बाकी आपने अच्छी स्कीमें बताई, भगवान करे कि इन स्कीमों का लाभ जो है वो सारी महिलाएं ले सकती हैं और आगे काम आए। थैंक यू।
I would now request Astha Singh and Sri Raval to kindly come up on the stage.
Jai Hind everyone. I am Astha Singh. I am here to present the topic Sustainable Development and Human Rights of Women. Human rights are inherent to us all, regardless of nationality, sex, religion, color, language, etc. Human rights are rights we have simply because we exist as human beings. They range from the most fundamental right, the right to life, to the most basic right, right to education, right to health, right to safety, etc. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, adopted by UN General Assembly in 1948, was the first legal document to set out the fundamental human rights to be universally protected. The UDHR, which turned 75 on December 2023, continues to be the foundation of all international human rights law. Its 30 articles provide the principles and building blocks of current and future human rights conventions, treaties, and other legal instruments. Now, talking about the human rights of women, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, adopted by world leaders in 2015, embody a roadmap for progress that is sustainable and leaves no one behind. Achieving gender equality and women's empowerment is integral to each of the 17 goals. Only by ensuring the rights of women and girls across all the goals will get to the justice and inclusion, economies that work for all, and sustaining our shared environment now and for future generations. Gender equality is a right. Fulfilling this right is the best chance we have in meeting some of the most pressing challenges of our time. From economic crisis and lack of health care to climate change, violence against women. Women are not only affected by these problems but also possess ideas and leadership to solve them. The gender discrimination is still holding too many women back and thus holds our world back too. So the targets of the goal to be achieved are: eliminate all forms of discrimination against women and girls everywhere. Eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres. Now, I would leave the further discussion to be done by my co-author. Thank you.
Okay, now moving further. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women 1979. CEDAW is an international legal instrument that requires countries to eliminate discrimination against women and girls in all areas and promote women's rights are equal rights. CEDAW is often described as the International Bill of Rights of Women and is one of the key international agreements that guide the work of UN. Women is achieving gender equality and empower women and girls. Now we will talking about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Is a multilateral treaty that commits nations respect the civil and politicals of individuals, including the right to life, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, electoral right, and right to due process and the fair trial. According to Article 3, the status parties to the Prevent Covenant undertake to ensure equal rights of men and women to the enjoyment of civil and political rights to set forth the present covenant. According to Article 28, there shall be established a Human Rights Committee. It shall consist of 18 members and shall carry out the function hereinafter provided. The committee shall be composed of national of state parties to the Prevent Covenant who shall be persons of high moral character and recognized competence in the field of human rights, considered being given to the unfulness of the participation of some person having legal experience. Now moving for the World Conference on Human Rights. The World Conference of Human Rights was held by the United Nations of Vienna. It was the first human rights conference held since the end of the Cold War. The main result of the conference was the Vienna Declaration and the program of action. It called for the creation of instruments to publicize and protect the rights of women, children, and indigenous peoples. Last, current scenarios of crime against women. Despite so many laws and schemes made for protection of women and to ensure the equal status, the crime against women has been drastic changes. As per the latest Nation Crime Record Bureau annual report has revealed drastic surge of 4% in crime against women in India throughout 2022. There are some suggestions to improve the condition of women. The first, creating awareness of right of women. Second, program and campaign should be done for encouraging women participation. And the last, proper execution of law to be done to stop further crime against women. Thank you.
Next up, we have Haritosh Mohan, who would be presenting the paper on Development of Education System in India, a study. Haritosh Mohan.
आज का जो मेरा विषय है डेवलपमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन सिस्टम इन इंडिया, ये क्योंकि एजुकेशन एक हमारा फंडामेंटल राइट है। मोहिनी जैन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसे फंडामेंटल राइट्स डिक्लेयर कर दिया था, और क्योंकि एजुकेशन एक ऐसी की है जिसके माध्यम से हम अपने सभी जो हमारे राइट्स हैं उनको खोल सकते हैं और उन्हें एंजॉय भी कर सकते हैं। अगर हमारे पास एजुकेशन की कमी होगी तो हम अपने राइट्स को एंजॉय करने में सक्षम नहीं हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि हम उसके प्रति अवेयर ही नहीं होंगे। अब जब हम एजुकेशन पर आज हमारा इतना फोकस है, तो जो एजुकेशन है, एजुकेशन की शुरुआत और उसमें आज के समय में आने वाली जो कुछ चुनौतियां उसमें रही हैं, आज भी हैं। तो इस आर्टिकल का मकसद हमारे इंडिया में जो एक एजुकेशन सिस्टम डेवलप हुआ है और कैसे आज के मॉडर्न एरा में डेवलपिंग स्टेज से डेवलप हो चुका है, उस पर फोकस करता है। जनरली इस आर्टिकल को मैंने 3 कैटेगरी में डिवाइड किया है। पहला एंशिएंट इंडिया में एजुकेशन सिस्टम, सेकंड इज मिडिल वे पीरियड एंड थर्ड इज मॉडर्न पीरियड। एंशिएंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हमारे जो ऋषि मुनि थे वो पहले से ही एजुकेशन के प्रति बहुत अवेयर रहे हैं। अब अगर मैं एक भर्तृहरि का नीति शतकम से एक श्लोक है, ये शाम न विद्या तपो न दानम ज्ञानम गुणा न शील न धर्म ते जना मृत्युलोके भुवि भारभूता मनुष्य रूपेण मृगाश्चरंती। तो इस श्लोक में 7 वर्च्यूज का जिक्र भर्तृहरि ने किया है, और उनमें भी सबसे पहली जो चीज़ दी है वो विद्या दी है। और क्योंकि वो जानते थे कि बिना विद्या के अगले वाले 6 वर्च्यूज अपने आप ही नष्ट हो जाएंगे, तो वहीं से ही इन शिक्षा पर हमारा फोकस पूरा रहा है एजुकेशन सिस्टम में। अगर मैं उस समय इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात करूं तो हाँ, एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स में वहाँ गुरुकुल हुआ करते थे। गुरुकुल एक प्राइमरी स्टेज थी एजुकेशन की, जहाँ प्राइमरी एजुकेशन पर ही फोकस किया जाता था। इस सिस्टम में स्टूडेंट्स अपना घर छोड़कर गुरुकुल में आते थे और वहीं खुले आसमान के नीचे अपने अध्ययन किया करते थे। इसमें इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम में क्या है कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स भी रही थी कि उस समय क्योंकि बुक्स अवेलेबल नहीं होती थी, तो डिस्कशन और डिबेट, ये 2 लर्निंग मेथड हुआ करते थे। और इसमें एक उस समय कुछ खामियां थी कि ये सिस्टम ये सबके लिए समान अधिकार की बात नहीं करता था एजुकेशन सिस्टम में। मोस्टली क्योंकि उस समय जो एक कास्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अपने चरम पर रहता था, तो जो ब्राह्मण्स, क्षत्रिय और वैश्य वर्ग को एजुकेशन में ले लिया जाता था, लेकिन जो डिस्क्रिमिनेटिव नेचर के कारण जो शूद्राज थे उन पर फोकस नहीं हो पाता था। उदाहरण के तौर पर आप एकलव्य को, और जब कर्ण भी एजुकेशन के लिए गए थे तब उन्हें भी सूत पुत्र कहकर मना कर दिया गया था। तो लेकिन फिर भी ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो हमारा था ये अध्यात्म पर ज़्यादा फोकस करता था। ये हमारे इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल दोनों पार्ट्स में ही डेवलपमेंट की बात करता था। अब अगर मैं मिडिल पीरियड पर आऊँ तो मिडिल पीरियड में जैसा आप जानते ही हैं कि एक मुगल कालीन सत्ता यहाँ स्थापित हो चुकी थी। मुगल कालीन सत्ता में एजुकेशन सिस्टम उन्होंने ये नहीं कि बिल्कुल जो हमारा एंशियंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम था उसे ख़त्म कर दिया हो, उसे ख़त्म नहीं किया, उसी के पैरेलल एक अपना एजुकेशनल सिस्टम चलाया यहाँ पर। उसमें दो तरीके के इंस्टीट्यूशन उस समय देखे जाते थे, मकतब और मदरसा। मकतब एक प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशन होते थे और जो मदरसा है वो हायर एजुकेशन के इंस्टीट्यूशन होते थे। और उस समय भी एजुकेशन पर बड़ा फोकस किया गया। उस समय मदरसों में जहाँ धार्मिक शिक्षा पर जोर था वहीं साथ में हमारे ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के सब्जेक्ट्स और साइंस के सब्जेक्ट भी वहाँ पर पढ़ाने शुरू हो गए थे। इस टाइम पीरियड में भी जो हमारा इंडिया का एजुकेशन सिस्टम रहा उसमें थोड़ा सा चेंज आया कि जो ये इस्लामिक पीरियड था इसमें ह्यूमन बींग्स में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन की बात नहीं थी। ह्यूमन बींग एज अ ह्यूमन बींग, वहाँ कोई आपको किसी भी तरीके से विद्यालय में आने पर आपकी एजुकेशन पर रोक नहीं थी। आप चाहे किसी भी वर्ण से हैं, किसी भी जाति से हैं, किसी भी धर्म से हैं, सब। और फारसी और उर्दू उस समय की इंस्टीट्यूशनल लैंग्वेज हुआ करती थी यहाँ। लेकिन एक यहाँ भी कुछ समस्या थी क्योंकि यहाँ पर भी बुक्स इतनी अवेलेबल नहीं होती थी, तो वहाँ भी डिस्कशन और डिबेट के माध्यम से और कुछ चीज़ें जो थी कंठस्थ करा दी जाती थी शुरू से ही। तो एक जैसे एक उक्ति है कि अगर, क्योंकि बेस था कुरान पे, तो एक बार कहने लगे कि अगर आज इस यहाँ पूरे दुनिया से अगर कुरान ख़त्म कर दी जाए तो क्या होगा। कहने लगे आज आप कुरान ख़त्म करेंगे तो अगले दिन उससे 10 गुना कुरान लिखी जा सकती हैं, क्योंकि इतने लोगों को वो कंठस्थ है। तो ये चीज़ें जो, क्योंकि ये जो रिलीजियस जो एजुकेशन थी स्टूडेंट्स को बिल्कुल प्राइमरी स्टेज से ही इस तरीके से मेमोराइज करा दी जाती थी कि वो उनके पूरे जीवन में, उनके व्यवहार में और उनके एजुकेशन में साफ दिखाई देती थी। उस समय क्या कि जो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है वहाँ पर भी थोड़ा सा महिलाओं को डिस्क्रिमिनेट किया गया एजुकेशन से, और लेकिन वहाँ जो अप्रोच थी वो प्रैक्टिकली अप्रोच फॉलो की जाती थी। इसके बाद जब मॉडर्न पीरियड आया, मॉडर्न पीरियड में बिल्कुल सेम दोनों ही एजुकेशन सिस्टम चल रहे थे। और 1830 में लगभग लॉर्ड मैकाले ने इंग्लिश को इंट्रोड्यूस किया एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, और वहाँ उन्होंने अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम में स्कूल्स, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी में डिवाइड किया। स्कूल प्राइमरी एजुकेशन थी जो लगभग 10th क्लास तक, नर्सरी टू 10th क्लास तक स्कूलिंग, और 11th 12th कॉलेज, और उसके बाद हायर एजुकेशन के लिए यूनिवर्सिटीज़ डेवलप की गई। अब इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम में अब डेवलप होते होते आज हम इस स्टेज पर हैं कि आज एजुकेशन के इतने सिस्टम्स ऑपरेट हो रहे हैं। आप देखें कि अब ऑनलाइन आप एजुकेशन ले रहे हैं, बहुत सारी कोर्सेज ऑनलाइन चल रहे हैं, यूट्यूब पर पढ़ाई हो रही है। और अभी हाल ही में न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी अभी इंट्रोड्यूस की गई है, जिसमें स्टूडेंट्स के प्रैक्टिकली और बेसिक कंसेप्ट दोनों ही क्लियर हों, इसलिए एक ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम डेवलप किया गया है। और लेकिन इसमें भी कुछ कमियां अभी मौजूद हैं, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर रेशो है वो अभी बहुत कम है। तो अभी भी एक क्वालिटेटिव एजुकेशन की कमी है। और क्योंकि आप देखेंगे कि आज का जो टाइम है वो औद्योगिकरण का समय है, और औद्योगिकरण में आपको स्किल नॉलेज की आवश्यकता होती है। इसलिए आज हमें कुछ चीज़ें हमारे जो एंशिएंट और मॉडर्न मिडिल टाइम के सिस्टम्स थे उनसे भी लेने की आवश्यकता है, ताकि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनमें केवल पढ़ाई जो है केवल पढ़ने के लिए नहीं, ज्ञान के लिए, एक नॉलेज के लिए ज़रूरी हो जाए। और तब हमारा देश इस एजुकेशन से सभी को लाभान्वित करेंगे और हमारा देश निश्चित रूप से आगे जाएगा। थैंक यू सर।
आई एम देवजीत सिंह and this is Dinesh Chand Meena, and I'm going to present the paper on role of law students and civil societies in attainment of gender justice. So to begin with the background on gender justice. Gender justice is a critical and multifaceted concept encompassing the equitable treatment of individuals of all genders and aiming to eliminate discrimination and promote fairness in opportunities and outcomes. The struggle for gender justice has deep historical roots, with women and other marginalized genders fighting against systemic inequalities entrenched in societies worldwide. Despite significant progress, pervasive gender-based disparities persist, necessitating a continued commitment to address these issues. The role of law students as future legal professionals and civil society in advancing gender justice is pivotal. Law students contribute to justice through legal education and sensitization, fostering awareness of gender-related issues within the academic settings. And this can be done by critically examining the existing laws and how they are implemented. In subsequent sections, the paper delves into the historical context of gender justice and the specific roles that law students and the civil societies can play in facing these challenges in the journey towards gender equality, and provides case study illustrating successful examples of how it is done. To understand gender justice, so for some more background, there are basically four dimensions in which law students can work towards to create gender equality. This includes a spectrum of components like legal, social, economic, and political dimensions. In legal dimensions, the component of gender justice revolves around creating and enforcing laws that safeguard the rights of all genders. This includes addressing issues such as gender-based violence, discrimination in workplace, and unequal representation in legal frameworks. Similarly, the economic aspects include the gender pay gap in wages as well as discrimination in hiring. And then the political aspects include that there are not as many diverse voices that represent the people. For example, now it is to fix this, there has been reservation of women in the parliament as well. So for historical context of this gender inequality, understanding gender justice requires an examination of historical roots of gender equality. Throughout history, the societies have been characterized by deeply ingrained patriarchal structures that systematically marginalize oppressed individuals based on their gender. Historical narratives reveal a pattern of discriminatory practices, limiting opportunities and perpetuating stereotypes. So now that's the background of it. there are ongoing challenges despite the progress. The gender inequality persists on globally. Issues such as gender-based violence, unequal pay, underrepresentation in leadership continue to impede the realization of gender justice. So the role of law students in promoting gender justice in legal education through advocacy and to influence the policy, to engage in community engagements. For example, there are camps that we can run in. There are legal awareness drives. So these are basically the ways in which the law students can affect not only the policy but also the community engagement. So in conclusion, the law students in promoting gender justice have an extensive impact through education, which includes influencing not only the policy but also creating the legal awareness, because there's a lot of influence that the law students have. And now I will
Okay, thank you. एंगेजिंग सिविल सोसाइटीज इन जेंडर जस्टिस इनिशिएटिव। सर टोटल 8 पार्ट में हमने रिसर्च पेपर लिखा है। 3 पार्ट देवतेज ने बताया आपको, बाकी के पार्ट्स में थोड़ी चर्चा करूँगा। सिविल सोसाइटीज प्लेज ए pivotal role in advancing gender justice, with its impact reverberating through grassroots movements, the initiative of non-government organizations and collaborative efforts with legal institutions. This multifaceted approach is essential for fostering systematic change and promotion gender equality. Civil society's impact on gender justice is profound and multifaceted. Grassroots movements and activism bring about social awareness and change, while NGOs with their targeted initiatives provide vital support and advocacy. Collaborating with legal institutions ensure that efforts are grounded in legal framework, fostering a holistic approach to addressing gender-based discrimination. The collective strength of these elements with civil society contributes significantly to advancing gender justice and building a more equitable and inclusive society. So, challenges and opportunities in achieving gender justice. Achieving gender justice is a complex and ongoing challenge with obstacles spanning legal, cultural, and intersectional dimensions. Understanding and addressing these challenges is crucial for developing effective strategies to dismantle gender-based discrimination and promote equality. Sir, successful initiative led by law students like Project Saksham 2.0. Sir, Project Saksham 2.0, an initiative of law faculty, Delhi University students and Jamia Hamdard, IPU. And our outcome is Project Saksham 2.0 yield significant outcome. The initiative contributed to a notable increase in reported case, indicating a growing trust in the system. The legal education component led to heightened awareness of students' rights and an increased willingness to challenges in instances of harassments and domestic violence cases. The success of Project Saksham 2.0 extended beyond the law school where it originated. Other educational institutions took note of the impact. In conclusion, the pursuit of gender justice is an ongoing journey that requires collaborations, perseverance, and commitment to dismantling system inequalities by forcing a collective consequence and addressing the root cause of gender injustice. Law students and civil society can play a pivotal role in creating a more equitable and just world for individuals of all gender. The vision of a gender just society remain with reach, driven by the unveiling dedication of those advocating for a more inclusive and equal future.
I would now call upon Paramjeet Singh, and the research paper is co-authored by Anna Sisodia. Please do not exceed 8 minutes in your presentation.
Educate one man, you educate one person. But educate a woman, you educate an entire civilization. How beautifully are these words put forth by Mahatma Gandhi. Jai Hind, I am Paramjeet Singh Hooda, a student of law and co-author of the paper titled Examining National Education Policy 2020 in light of inclusive and quality education with special reference to gender equality. And the author of this paper is Ms. Anna Sisodia. There is no dearth of excuses for not sending girls to school. Social discrimination, gender inequality, occupation of girls in domestic chores, economic deprivation and early life marriages. These are some of the most common excuses why parents do not send girls to school. Let's take a look about the excuses which no one talks about. Non-availability of educational centers in near proximity, unsafe means of travel, and in low-income families, the presence of younger sibling affects the girl's education negatively, especially if that younger sibling is a boy. Against these backdrops, the National Education Policy 2020 was approved by the Union Cabinet of India on 29 July 2020. One of the best things about National Education Policy 2020 is that it recognizes the fact that females and transgender individuals are the most affected people when it comes to education. Since the problem has been recognized, the solutions has been put forward too. I would like to take you through some solutions. The policy plans to implement scheme of giving out bicycles to form cycling groups which would enhance support and safety. The policy also proposes to enhance the number of women on leading positions of institution, including teachers, principals, and warden. Because we often take inspiration from people whom we see as leaders, when women will be seen leading, the girls will take that as a positive impact. The policy underlines the necessity for teachers and facilitators to undergo proper training for counseling the parents. I find this recommendation to be an outstanding choice because when parents will be counseled, the girls' education can be supported for ages to come. Furthermore, gender inclusion funds have been provided by the policy which will guarantee that all girls attend school with a high college enrollment rate. The policy also has integrated scheme for school education known as Samagra Shiksha, under which free textbooks will be provided to girls till class 8 and girls from class 6 to 12 to get self-defense training. One of the best things about this policy is the establishment of Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas. These Vidyalayas, as we call it, play a crucial role in providing residential primary education facilities for girls of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, or families residing in educationally backward sectors. Heading towards my conclusion, I would like to put forth that continued and concerted efforts are essential to improve girls' education, because failure to do so might lead to a significant setback in Indian development for over a next decade. The NEP 2020 offers hope to address today's challenges. To increase motivation for education, we should empower girls to believe in themselves and achieve their goals, and make them realize that without education, they cannot attain their goals. Furthermore, Viksit Bharat will remain a pseudo-dream until gender equality is achieved. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Vishal.
Jai Hind everyone, and my topic is gender equality need for an hour. Gender equality is a very important thing needed for the development of a country. It has been appeared economic growth which is crucial for low-income countries. Gender equality amongst women and men alludes to equivalent rights, obligations and open doors for a woman and men or a boy or a girl. Fairness doesn't imply that women and men will become the same, however, that women and men privileges, duties and openings won't rely upon her. Gender equality implies that the interest, needs and priority of both women and men are taken into consideration, recognizing and diversity of a different groups of a women and men. In a society, everyone has an equal right to lead his or her life accordingly without any discrimination when his state to achieve where all individuals are considered to equal in respect of their caste, gender and color, profession and status. We call it equality. Equality can also be defined as a situation where every individual has to same rights and equal opportunity to grow and prosper. Every individual of society dreams of equal rights and access to resources available at their disposal, but there is a lot of discrimination. This discrimination can be due to a cultural differences, a geographical differences, to the color and an individual, social status and even gender. The most prevalent discrimination is gender inequality. It is not a localized issue and it is limited to only certain spheres of a life, but it is prevalent across the globe. Even in progressive societies, the top organizations, we can see many examples of gender bias. Gender equality can be only achieved when both male and female individuals are treated similarly, but discrimination in social means to create a division. We stop being together and stand together to tackle our problems. This social stigma has been creeping into a underbelly of all societies for many centuries. This has also been witnessed to gender bias cases. Gender inequality is the thing of past, as both men and women are creating history of all segments together. The initiative towards the gender equality, any kind of discrimination acts as a roadblock in any nation of growth, and a nation can only prosper when all citizens have equal rights. Most of development countries has comparatively less gender discrimination and provides equal opportunity to both genders. Even the Indian government is taking multiple initiatives to cut down their gender discrimination. They have initiated a social campaigns called Beti Bachao Beti Padhao to encourage the education of girls. Besides this, the government runs multiple and other schemes such as a women helpline scheme, Ujjwala, National Mission of Empowerment of a Woman, to generate awareness among all the people. Moreover, as a responsible citizen, it is our responsibility to spread knowledge on gender discrimination to create a beautiful world for a woman. Last, I conclude. Once all these means is educated, every family will understand the value of a woman, and our country will achieve gender equality in real means. Women are creating an example everywhere, and we all should highlight them to change the scenario and give them equal rights. In the end of the performance of India in Olympics 2021, it is current example where India has won 7 medals. Out of those 7 medals, 6 came in individual events, and out of those 6, the 3 medals are from female candidates. It shows that even after facing such hardship, their performance, it is a par of male athletes with so much potential. It is only a matter of a time when women will overtake men and have all the abilities on display for the world to see. Thank you.
I would like to call the last author of this session, Kajal Kumari.
Jai Hind everyone. My name is Kajal Kumari and the title of my paper is Empowering Women, a Path to Achieving Sustainable Development Goals and Human Rights. Empowering women is not just a path but a crucial step towards achieving sustainable development goals and upholding human rights. Empowering women is a catalyst for achieving sustainable development goals and promoting human rights. It involves ensuring equal access to education, healthcare, employment, and decision-making opportunities for women and girls. By empowering women, we create a more inclusive and equitable society. Empowering women is also essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. Gender equality is not only a standalone goal, but it also intersects with other goals. When we talk about empowering women, we talk about giving them tools, opportunities, and support they need to reach their full potential. It starts with ensuring equal access to education for girls and women. Education is not only a basic human right, but also a powerful tool for empowerment. When women are educated, they can actively participate in shaping their own lives and communities. Access to equality education enables women to acquire knowledge, skills, and confidence, breaking the cycle of poverty and contributing to economic growth. Empowered women are more likely to engage in decision-making process, advocate for their rights, and challenge discriminatory practices. Economic empowerment is also key. Women should have equal opportunities for employment. Closing the gender pay gap, providing maternity leaves, and promoting work-life balance are important steps toward achieving economic empowerment for women. When women have economic independence, they can support themselves and their families, contribute to economic growth, and have a stronger voice in decision-making process. Furthermore, empowering women in the workforce derive economic development. When women have equal employment opportunity, it boosts productivity, innovation. Empowering women is not just about individual empowerment, it's about creating a more inclusive and equitable society. It involves challenging gender norms and stereotypes, promoting gender equality in law and policies, and addressing issues like gender-based violence and discrimination. At last, I would like to conclude, empowering women is not only a moral imperative but also a strategic approach towards achieving sustainable development goals and upholding human rights. It requires concentrated efforts from government, civil society, and individuals to dismantle barriers, challenges gender norms, and create an enabling environment for women empowerment. Thank you.
Jai Hind everybody. After successful completion of this technical and a vibrant session, now it's a time to pay vote of thanks. But I found words are less to pay vote of thanks to our eminent guest, or we can say the chair of this technical session. So on behalf of Subharti University, I'm thankful to respected Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul sir and Honorable Justice Rajesh Chandra sir for presiding this technical session. I'm also thankful to all the participants who presented their paper and who are present in this auditorium. So now I'm once again saying that thank you so much, and with these words, Jai Hind, Jai Subharti.
Empowering vulnerable genders is not just about giving them a voice. It's about creating a society where their rights are respected and protected, fostering true equality. Jai Hind everyone, my name is Zoya Rao, student of BLLB 3rd year. Today I stand before you to address a matter of paramount importance: gender equality and the protection of human rights, particularly for those belonging to vulnerable genders. In a world that thrives on diversity, it is imperative that we promote the cause of equality, ensuring that every individual, irrespective of their gender, is treated with dignity and afforded the same opportunities. Gender equality is a fundamental human right that serves as a cornerstone for fostering not only justice and fairness, but also catalyzing social and economic development. The path to true gender equality begins with acknowledging and dismantling the societal norms that perpetuate discrimination. We must challenge stereotypes that limit the potential of individuals based on their gender, recognizing that true progress stems from embracing the richness that diversity brings. Furthermore, it is essential to prioritize the right of vulnerable genders, including but not limited to women, non-binary individuals, and those facing discrimination due to their gender, identity, or expression.
We must create an environment where everyone feels safe, valued, and empowered to contribute to societal without fear of harm. Education plays a pivotal role in this journey by promoting inclusive education that fosters understanding and respect for diverse gender identities. We can say the foundation for a more equitable future. It is crucial to instill in our youth the principle of equality, justice, and empathy, ensuring that they grow up to be advocates for a change. Enforcing laws that address discrimination, harassment, and violence-based gender is essential in creating a just and equitable society. Second, elimination of discrimination. Work toward eliminating discriminatory practices and stereotypes based on gender, fostering an inclusive environment. Third, legal protections. Fourth, healthcare access. Fifth, empowerment through education. And last, economic empowerment. Advocate for economic opportunities that empower all genders, including addressing wage gaps and promoting community engagement. Encourage community engagement and awareness program to challenge harmful norms and promote gender equality. In our pursuit of gender equality, let us not forget the intersectionality of discrimination, the experience of individuals based on factors such as race, socioeconomic status, and ability. Recognizing these intersections is crucial to crafting inclusive solutions that uplift our marginalized voices. Together, let us commit to fostering a world where gender equality is not just an aspiration but a reality. By promoting the rights of vulnerable genders, we pave the way for a society that values and celebrates the inherent worth of every individual regardless of gender. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call Isha, and the participant have 3 to 4 minutes to speak.
Imagine a world where every individual, regardless of their gender identity or expression, enjoys equal rights and opportunities. Good afternoon to one and all present. This is Isha, student of BLLB third year. Today, I want to talk about a critical issue often overlooked, the challenges faced by vulnerable genders and their fight for equality and human rights. While striving for this utopia of equality, we must acknowledge the stark reality faced by the vulnerable genders that encompass individuals who face discrimination and marginalization based on their gender identity, sexual orientation, or other factors, including transgender, non-binary, intersex, and genderqueer individuals. The research delves into the complex tapestry, highlighting the intricate link between gender equality and human rights for these communities. Through legal frameworks, case studies, and in-depth analysis, I will unveil the unique vulnerabilities they face, including violence and discrimination. Transgender individuals are 4 times more likely to experience violence, while intersex individuals often face non-consensual surgeries. Stigma and prejudice create hostile environments, jeopardizing their mental and physical well-being. Limited access. Healthcare providers often lack understanding, leading to inadequate and discriminatory treatment. Legal recognition struggles create barriers to essential services, further marginalizing them. Exclusion from participation. Underrepresentation in decision-making process hinders their ability to advocate their rights and influence policies. Their voices are often silenced, perpetuating the cycle of inequality. But this bleak picture isn't the whole story. Things can be changed by a multi-pronged approach, policy and legal reform. We need inclusive laws that protect diverse gender identities, recognize gender-affirming healthcare, and combat discrimination. Healthcare access and education. Training healthcare provides and ensures access to inclusive, non-discriminatory healthcare, including mental health support and gender-affirming care, are crucial. Public awareness and education. Challenging harmful stereotypes, promoting understanding through educational campaigns and media representation can foster acceptance and inclusion. Community support and empowerment. Strengthening community organization, providing safe spaces, peer support and advocacy, and offering the opportunities for leadership, development, and economic empowerment are essential. Case studies often offer inspiration. Rwanda's gender quotas in parliament empower women politically, while Ireland's equal pay certification tackles wage gaps. Norway's corporate-based quotas and India's transgender rights recognition demonstrate power of targeted interventions. Initiatives like India's Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign show positive results and shows the impact of legislative measures. Remember, empowerment is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Recognizing intersectionality of their experiences is crucial. Our transgender women of color faces compounded disadvantage due to race and social status, requiring strategies that address these intersections. We stand at a pivotal moment. Achieving true gender equality demands acknowledging the unique struggles of vulnerable genders and implementing multi-pronged strategies that dismantle discriminatory structures, promote inclusive environments, and empower them through community support, education, and economic opportunities. By embracing intersectionality and inclusivity, we can pave the way for a future where every individual thrives regardless of their gender identity or expression. Thank you.
Next up we have Pavni Arora, whose research paper is co-authored by Sonal Jain.
Jai Hind and warm good afternoon to one and all present over here. I, Pavni Arora, presenting a research paper on unveiling the intersection human rights, gender equality and the persistent objectification of women in contemporary society. Moving towards the introduction. Human rights, gender equality, the adhering the objectification of women with the context of contemporary society. Even after having the view by 6x6 eyesight, there are still many things which remain unreachable. Moving toward the third slides. Respected judges, I would like to draw your attention towards the PPT. Importance, yes, we must know what is the importance in doing the things, but we know that what is the impact that we must draw to the society. Gender equality, the violence on another level and gives very negative output as well as negative message to the society. More obvious is gender equality is human right equality, make our communities safer and healthier. Moving toward the slide 4. The objectification quandary. The objectification of women take various forms, pretending the fabric of our society. Me and my co-author has mentioned in our research paper that what is the role of media in objectifying women since the development of media in India. And I would like to present that in slide 5. I had mentioned the few points. Major problems suffered by the women at workplaces. Lack of access to clean energy and sanitation. Many of the official places have that sanitary machine, but that machine they don't access, they don't have even napkins in it. Another highlighted point that is taking limelight again and again, violence at workplace that makes a woman uncomfortable. Slide 6. Historical situations of women. We are well aware about the rivas that are following by our in-laws. And even the own parents of the women, they don't even allowed to get them and do their jobs in a very official manner. Even in the ancient times, women are not allowed to the part of the family discussions. Highlighted to the major points. Next slide, please. First one, Kautilya stated in his Earth Shastra that if woman leads to the pure life after his husband's death, she will get endowment and jewelry. Also, if she has a second marriage arranged by her father-in-law, she will get whatever had been given by her father-in-law. The second point, you all must be aware about the Mitakshara school of Hindu law. Women had no right until 2005 amendment was passed. With the help of the 7th slide, I would like to give you the short comparison. Earlier, women was married by the age of 15, now it must be 22. The second highlighted point, earlier 6 children were born in the one family, now majorly 3 or less than 3. Only if 1 of 11 girls, about 9% were literate, but now it was 77% of women was literate. Yes, the situation was developed, but next slide please, wake up to the reality. Yeah, I know each of all you present that woman. Even the President of India is woman, but there are still many places where women don't know about their basic human rights. Now the question is, women empowerment is a myth or the reality? With the big question mark. Next slide please. Out of the 11 suggestions that I have kept in the research paper, there is a 5 major suggestions: strict enforcement, education and sanitation, media regulation and collaboration with the civil society, legal aid and access to the justice. These are my suggestions and my co-author suggestion to all you to cover that it. Concluding with the 4 S, basically it will be the 5 S, because the first S I want to denote the Subhartian is giving to the message of among you all, and the first S is Samanta, second Siksha, Swasth and Samajik Nyay. Equality, education, health and justice must be followed by each and every citizen to protect the society. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I would now request Shivam Sharma to kindly come up on the stage.
Social media was undoubtedly reshaped the way people interact and communicate, but its impact on women's human rights is complex and multi-phased. On one side, social media has provided a platform for women to raise awareness about gender-based more. However, the rise of the social media has also brought a new challenge and threats for women's human rights. Cyberbullying, online harassment, and the spread of misorganic content has pervasive issues causing significant harm to women's well-being safety. Moreover, the unrealistic beauty standard perpetuated on the social media platform can contribute on the body image issue, low self-esteem among women and girls. Analyzing social media dual effect of the empowering and undermining women's rights is vital. We create method to address social media detrimental effect of the women's right with labeling with its good possibilities by comprehending of these issues. The study's primary goal is find out the social media being utilized in India to violate the human right of women. The investigation will also the numerous cases of the women harassed online when social media is being used improperly, the breach of women right of women. The power of dominating systemic element, the support of the continuation of the online harassment, the violation of the women right on social media through a feminist lens. This study will also investigate the connection between women online identity well-being and online harassment. The study intends to add the body of the information detrimental effect of the social media on women's right, taking into the account of the result of the earlier research and the detrimental effect of the social media on women's mental health. We will also talk about some possible solution to lessen the unpleasant experience and the psychological damage they create. The study intends to shed on the complicated relationship between the social media use and violation of women human right, analyzing the experience of young adult women, investigating the various harassment across the different social media platforms. Our goal is doing to studies add to the body of the knowledge regarding the detrimental effect of the social media on the women's right and well-being. By critically examining the outside of the social media use as a social comparison, fear of the missing out. Social media discussion. And the study will provide a comprehensive outstanding the way in the social media both empower and determining the human right. Thank you so much.
Feels highly obliged to present my views on the topic Revisiting Feminist Jurisprudence in the Light of Gender Equality, a Critical Evolution. The rights and opportunities we females are enjoying nowadays, it is not for granted to us. Our predecessors has to go through a long journey of movements to grant us these rights. The movement is known as feminist movements because many of the members in the society thought that the women are weaker than the men and they do not have any right or any opportunity should be given to them. The term feminism was coined in 1837 by a utopian philosopher named Charles Fourier. And feminist is a social theory and a political movement in which the operations topics such as reproductive rights, abortion rights, education rights, domestic violence, the gender discrimination, sexual violence was questioned. The history of feminists is divided into 4 waves. The first wave in the right of vote was given to the women. In the second wave, the equality and discrimination was brought into light. In the third wave is known as the power feminism, in which the question of objectification of the women was highly criticized. In the fourth wave feminism, it is not acknowledged till now as a fourth wave feminism, but in which the social media act as a catalyst to put forward the right of women. The movements such as Me Too movement and #Time's Up movement was given emphasis. Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, the chairperson of the drafting committee of UDHR, along with her Hansa Jivraj Mehta, who is highly credited with the Article 1 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where she has said that instead of all men are born equal and free, all human beings should be there. It should be that human beings are born free and equal. And the other is credited, the Indian Lakshmi Menon, who said that all the men and women are having rights in the preamble of the declaration. But it is very resentful situation that for all those rights which we women have fighted so long, but nowadays it is used not for just fighting over gender disparity, but demanding gender-based favors. The income tax slab of a female is higher than a male. In a report of Delhi Commission of Women, 53.2% of rape cases are false reportedly. And in Rajasthan, said by DGP Umesh Mishra in 2023 that the registration of false rape cases has rose up to 43%. And according to NCRB 2020, misuse of Section 498 of IPC is going on. In the Malimat Committee of 2003, a report was presented in which it was said that general complaint of Section 498A is a part of gross misuse. The above data clearly shows how some of the female are misusing their rights and the laws which are to protect them are used abruptly. At present scenario, there are two kinds of feminists. First is the positive feminism and second one is pseudo or the false feminism. According to the false feminist theory, that only the female are the only gender who should be respected and other gender should not be respected. Feminism is a philosophy embraced by all logical and educated people around the world. But it is not fair playing field when women is the grab of feminism, target men and engage in the assassination of character. Who is a feminist? A feminist is a father who treats his daughter and son fairly. A feminist is a husband who respects his wife to make her choice without imposing his or her choice on her. Every other individual is a feminist if it treats a female as other dignified person. What females actually need is not any special treatment, not any special privilege, but a safe environment to grow in all aspects. Thank you so much for being kind and patient listeners, and have a nice day.
Next up, I would like to call Kundan Kumar Singh.
Jai Hind everyone. Myself Kundan Kumar. Today I am standing here presenting my topic. My topic is relating to the women of disadvantaged sections. Disadvantaged sections are the, suppose that dowry on the purpose देखा जाए तो पिछले कई साल में बोलते हैं कि पहले का ये एक मुद्दा बना रखा था कि व्यक्ति अनपढ़ है या गवार है, उससे उसके कारण से ये दौरी हो रही है। लेकिन बट आपके सामने ये फोटोज देखिए, एक आर्मी सेना का बीवी का हत्या हुआ है कॉज ऑफ दौरी, क्योंकि उन्होंने दौरी के लिए वो पैसे दिए मांगा था जो कि वो पूरा न कर पाने के कारण से इसे मौत की घाट उतार दी गई थी। इसलिए मैं इसके समक्ष में कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। नारी कब तक अग्नि की भेंट चढ़ती रहेगी, नारी है अन्नपूर्णा, नारी को ही अग्नि में ही स्वाहा किया दहेज के दानवों ने। The government and law of our country has made some laws against dowry, but our society has not allowed it to be completely successful, because there are some people in our society who consider dowry as a custom, and some people take dowry just to show off. Meaning of dowry: dowry, the money, goods and states that a woman brings to her husband or his family in marriage. डॉरी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, डॉरी को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से भी रिलेट कर दिया गया है यहाँ पे। विद रिलेट टू द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ द प्राइस एंड डॉर, यानी कि दूल्हे को खरीदने के बराबर से ये देखा जाता है। यदि हम किसी को डॉरी यदि किसी लड़की वाले ने देता है तो उसे सोचता है कि हम लड़के को खरीद लेते हैं, लेकिन बस जस्ट लाइक एग्जाम्पल के तौर में देखा जाए तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट जैसे कि नागालैंड, मिजोरम, उसके मेघालय, इस सब जगहों पे डॉरी का कोई नामो निशान तक नहीं है। वहाँ पे क्योंकि पीसफुली शांति से वहाँ पे शादी कर दिया जाता है, क्योंकि दोनों पार्टी बोथ पार्टीज कंसेंट्स देयर आफ्टर डू द मैरिज। दैट्स माय फाइनल पॉइंट्स। This will means that a dowry system will end, and it will also means that if someone demands dowry, then and immediately call the toll-free numbers 181. And if any in-law are trying to torture daughter-in-law or kill her for dowries, then the daughters-in-laws can call the toll-free numbers, urgent toll-free numbers 181. Can give information that may save his life, and that will also end the dowry. यदि मान लीजिएगा सपोज दैट यदि कोई व्यक्ति यदि कोई हस्बैंड कल आपके भी साथ हो सकता है, ये डॉरी है, ये कुछ भी नहीं कहा जा सकता है। मान लीजिए कि कोई हस्बैंड अपने पत्नी को मार करके जेल जा करके दोबारा आता है, ठीक, और उसके बाद उसको सोसाइटी में शादी करने का राइट दिया जाए या नहीं दिया जाए। यदि दिया जाए तो क्यों दिया जाए? आप बोले कि ह्यूमन राइट्स का वायलेशन हो सकता है, लेकिन यहाँ पे 4 चीज़ का वायलेशन हो रही है। फर्स्ट, आर्टिकल 3 ऑफ द डॉरी प्रोहिबिशन एक्ट 1961। सेकेंड, आवर होली बुक। थर्ड, नेचुरल स्कूल ऑफ लॉ। फोर्थ, आर्टिकल 21, right to life.
I would now request Suchita Tripathi to kindly come up on the stage.
Jai Hind to one and all present over here. Today, I, Suchita Tripathi, stand before you to address a matter of profound significance. One that resonates not only in the corridors of justice, but in the very fabric of our society. Gender equality and human rights, particularly for the vulnerable genders, are pivotal issues that demand our attention, reflection, and actions. As we stand on the threshold of this 21st century, it is imperative that we confront the challenges, that embrace the opportunities that lies before us in our pursuit of a more equitable and inclusive world. Allow me to commence with the quote by a great personality, Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, who once said, "Equality before law is perhaps the cornerstone of any civilized society." These words encapsulates the essence of justice and fairness that should underpin our society, transcending gender identity or expression. In the context of gender equality, Nehru's statements underscores the inherent right of every individual to be treated with dignity, respect, and equality under the law. India, a nation who is rich in diversity and tradition, the journey towards gender equality is both a moral imperative and a constitutional mandate. Despite significant progress in recent decades, women and marginalized genders continue to face systematic barriers and enraged prejudice that limit their access to education, empowerment, healthcare, and political representation. As we reflect on the challenges that lies ahead, let's also acknowledge the strides that have been made by our journey towards this gender equality by Indian judiciary, such as Visakha versus State of Rajasthan and Navtej Singh Johar versus Union of India, stand as the testaments to the power of justice and reliance of those who have fought tirelessly for their rights. Now, the political participation and representation are essential dimensions of gender equality, providing women and marginalized gender with a platform to voice their concern, advocate for their right, and shape policies that affect their lives. As we work toward gender parity in decision-making bodies, we must ensure that our political institutions reflect the diversity and aspiration of our nation. In conclusion, the pursuit of gender equality and human rights is a collective responsibility that transcends legal framework and resonates the heart of each one of us. It requires introspection, advocacy, and a commitment to dismantling the barriers that hinder the realization of a just and equitable society. As we navigate the 21st century, let's heed the words of Nehru and Ambedkar, recognizing that true progress lies in the empowerment of every individual, irrespective of gender. Let's stand together in solidarity with unwavering commitment and resolve to build a future where every individual, regardless of gender, can live with dignity, freedom and opportunity. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Shivangi Kumari.
Jai Hind everyone, my name is Shivangi and I am here to present my topic, and that is gender equality. And I mentioned some points and its causes and strategies in this topic too. So that is addressing gender bias in education and the workplace. So gender bias in education and the workplace persists as a pervasive issue that undermines efforts to be achieve gender equality. Despite advancements in awareness and legislations, disparities persist in access to educational opportunities, career advancement and fair treatment in the workplace based on gender. Addressing gender bias in these domains is crucial not only for promoting individual empowerment but also for fostering inclusive and thriving communities and economics. So let's talk about causes. So first is societal expectations and stereotypes. Traditional gender norms and stereotypes often dictate expectations regarding academic and career paths, leading to the perpetuation of gender bias. So, for example, there may be societal beliefs that certain fields are more suitable for one gender over another, influencing educational and career choices. And the second is unequal access to resources, and that is unequal access to resources such as quality education, mentorship and networking opportunities can contribute to gender disparities in education.
Please conclude your paper.
Okay, ma'am. So, in conclusion, by addressing the underlying causes of gender bias in education and the workplace and implementing strategies to promote equality, society can move closer to achieving gender parity and creating environments where all individuals have equal opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Next paper presentation is by Sewang and the co-author is Arif Mohammed.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Sewang Rai. I'm the co-author on the topic Data Rights and Responsibilities, a Human Rights Perspective in Data Sharing, and the author is Arif Mohammed. The research highlights the significance of taking into account both rights and responsibilities when it comes to accessing and utilizing data, highlighting the necessity of human rights perspective in the conversation surrounding data sharing. The viewpoint acknowledges the possible danger and privacy violations that may arise while exchanging data, especially when it comes to vulnerable groups. In order to preserve individuals' privacy and avoid potential harm, the article makes the case that adopting a human rights perspective on data sharing is essential, particularly for marginalized groups who may already be subject to institutional discrimination and oppression. By taking into account the human rights perspective in data sharing, we can ensure that the benefits of data science are realized while also upholding ethical principles and safeguarding the rights and well-being of individuals. Therefore, it is imperative for data scientists and policymakers to consider the ethical implications and potential consequences of data sharing, particularly in terms of privacy rights and harms to individuals. To achieve a balance between the benefits of data science and the protection of individual rights, it is crucial to follow a human rights perspective in data sharing. This perspective emphasizes the importance of ensuring that data sharing practices are respectful of human rights and ethical principles. By respecting the principles of privacy, consent, and transparency, data scientists and policymakers can promote responsible data sharing practices that avoid potential harm and uphold individual rights. By adopting a human right perspective in data sharing, we ensure that the benefits of data science are realized while also protecting individuals. For conclusion, this perspective also highlights the need for robust regulations and guidelines to govern data sharing practices, ensuring that individuals have control over their own data and are protected from unauthorized access or misuse. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Sonia.
Hey everyone, my name is Anshika and I am here to present my research paper on the topic Deep Fake Technology Emerging as a Threat to the Human Safety, particularly impacting the women's rights. Applications of the deepfake technology have been growing at a fast pace. Deepfakes are computer-generated fakes, victims, and videos and the images. The rise of a deepfake technology introduces significant challenges at privacy, defamation, and the social identity, particularly among the women. In this digital era, where human-machines interactions blur traditional notions of agencies, deepfakes creating uncertainty and accountability issues regarding the content ownership. These sophisticated manipulations of the audios and videos content underline the individual rights with the women facing disappropriation or the exploitation through the consequential pornography and the identity manipulation. The cyber abuse, image-based sexual abuse, both are the highly growing deepfake among the women, which are violating their rights and are not getting their privacy kept with them. In conclusion, I will just say that be aware and be careful by posting your images and the videos on the social medias, because your activeness on the social media can harm you and your privacy. Thank you.
Your topic is about deepfake technology.
Yes, sir.
And impact on women. Can you give us some examples how deepfake technology affecting particularly women?
Sir, because mostly जो सर फोटोज़ और वीडियोस जो पोस्ट होती है सोशल मीडियाज़ पर, वो वहाँ पर डुप्लिकेट जो उनकी फेसेस या फिर उनका कैरेक्टर वगैरह ले लेते हैं और वो पोस्ट कर देते हैं कहीं पर ट्रांसपेरेंसी करके, तो उस वे में वुमेन्स को बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है एज पर दी मेल्स. यस सर. सर रिसेंटली एक केस हुआ था रश्मिका जो एक्टर हैं उनके केस में, और उनकी फेक वीडियो बनाकर पोस्ट कर दी गई थी सोशल मीडिया पर.
I would now like to request Ankita Singh and Anushresht Pratap Singh to come up.
Commencing with the words of Justice Leela Seth. Once he said that women must have the freedom to make decisions, the right to own property, and right to power to control their own body. Jai Hind everyone, I am Ankita Singh and I am co-authoring this paper on the topic where I study on reproductive rights of women in India. Human rights are the rights that every human being owes from birth. These are the basic fundamental rights that are necessary to sustain a healthy and dignified life. It's been more than half a century since the formation of UDHR, but many communities are still fighting for a dignified life. Women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but in many communities, including our own, the issue of gender-based discrimination is firmly ingrained. Reproductive health implies that people have the capability to reproduce and the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to do so. It is a right of every woman to decide whether to reproduce and to have reproductive health. All these rights form a part of fundamental rights under Indian Constitution under Articles 14, 15, 21. Indian judiciary also played an important role in ensuring reproductive rights and dignity of a woman, followed by judgments like Swami in Suchita Srivastava versus Chandigarh administration, judgments of Navtej Singh Johar and Joseph Sain. India is also a signatory to numerous international conventions like ICCPR, CRC, etc. Apart from these conventions, at international level, Indian legislature has its own laws such as PCP and DT Act, MTP Act. We have lot of binding legislations, but still there are some lacunas due to which women are suffering. Some problems like unsafe abortion, unwanted pregnancies, limited contraception use, etc. Now the further report will be presented by my co-author.
In conclusion, I want to say that every woman should be allowed to decide whether to keep the child or about it. There should not be any barrier to this decision. The promotion of these rights should be a fundamental basis for government and community-sponsored policies and programs. The government must be considered the rights as a fundamental part of the laws it enacts, a policy it put in place, and the program it creates. Thank you, audience.
Next up, I would like to call Aarti Goyal. Jai Hind, my name is Aarti. I am from BLLB third year student.
My topic title is Critical Evaluation, Supriya versus Union of India. Same-sex marriage is not a gay privilege. It is equal right. Same-sex marriage between two peoples are legally recognized in many countries. 35 countries are legally recognized that same-sex marriage is a fundamental right. We will discuss about the ancient time. In ancient time, many scriptures said that same-sex marriages existed. We know about the Bhagirath, but we did not about the how he born. In some scriptures and Bengali mythology said the Bhagirath was born to women. The king of the lip had two wives and he died without leaving her heirs. Following, the Lord Shiva appeared in the dreams of the queens and told them that they would bear a child if they made love to each other. The widow's queens did as a direction, and one of them got pregnant, eventually gave the birth the king of Bhagirath. And more other scriptures also mention the existence of same-sex marriages and the LGBTQ community. Is Mahabharata Shikhandi, Matsya Puran, Mohini and Shiva, chapter 9 of Kama Sutra and Rigra Veda also talk about the same-sex marriages. And most famous temple is Khajuraho temples. There are many idols, like they show that the same-sex marriage is a legal entity and that in ancient time. Now we will criticize the Supreme Court judgment, Supriya versus Union of India. Firstly, Supreme Court, Supriya versus Union of India said they have no fundamental right to marry. But in some cases, court already said that everyone have a right to privacy, right to choose a partner. So we can interpret this judgment. So that means court already said that everyone have a fundamental right to marry. So why court not consider that fundamental right to marry? If whole judgments, the Honorable Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud quote a term that Solicitor General to constitute a committee and take a report related to the same-sex marriage. And they give the judgment, the Parliament frame the law related to the same-sex marriage. But in the Vishakha case, if a court said that is the burden is the liability of Parliament, why in the case of Vishakha he give the guidelines for the sexual harassment at the workplace. So Article 142 our Constitution give the power to Supreme Court to make a guidelines for the welfare of citizens. So I think so my suggestion to Parliament and Supreme Court, please make the laws, and if we should make the laws, Parliament and Supreme Court should give guidelines related to the same-sex marriage, because they have faces many problems. Not only the marriage is important, after the marriage they have many things we have, like a divorce in a common thing that partners, if sometimes they want to be not live together, they want to divorce, in the same condition is apply for the same-sex marriages. So we should legalize same-sex marriage. Thank you. I have one question to the panel. Please, can I ask? The question which is today youth wanted to ask from the Honorable Supreme Court that allow the consensual sex between two same gender, but not a marriage. Now, for it is justifiable. Okay, if you have a view, please convince.
Next up, I would like to call Mangalam Gupta. Good afternoon, respected teachers and everyone present here. I am Mangalam Gupta to present my paperwork on the topic Human Rights of Girl Child with special reference to PCPNDT Act 1994. As we are aware that present day conditions are against women, women face exploitation, discrimination, non-welcoming signs of girl child and fetal deaths. The reason is obvious, patriarchy, and they think that a girl child is a family burden and even a cause for the economic loss to the family in the process of a marriage. Considering the discrimination and all forms of exploitation which take place against women, various rights have been granted to the girl child in India, and those rights include number 1, right against female feticide, number 2, right to education, number 3, right to be raised in a safe environment, number 4, right against abusive family member under Domestic Violence Act 2005, number 5, right against child marriage, number 6, right against sexual harassment, number 7, right to abortion under the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971, number 8, right against sexual harassment at workplace, and number 9, right to inherit property. Specifically talking about the PCPNDT Act, the PCPNDT stands for the Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act of 1994, and this act is an act of the Parliament of India which has banned the prenatal sex determination, and it has In conclusion, I would like to talk about the amendment of the PCPNDT Act 2003, which says that the Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Regulation and Prevention of Misuse Act 1994 was amended in 2003 to the Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Prohibition of Sex Selection Act to improve the regulation of the technology used in sex selection, and the implications of the amendment are bringing ultrasound within its ambit, empowering the Central Supervisory Board, the constitution of the state level supervisory board, and the provisions for more stringent punishments. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Manik Pooja.
Jain everyone to present here. Today I Manik Pooja is here in front of you all to present the research paper on the topic Gender Equality and Human Rights of Vulnerable Genders. In today's dynamic and diverse society, the pursuit of the gender equality and human rights is a crucial endeavor. The following discussion explores the multifacet of the landscape of vulnerable genders. Equity in this context, it involves the ensuring that all the individuals have the opportunity to access the same rights and benefits. The term vulnerable genders include transgender individuals, non-binary, intersex individuals, genderqueer, and women. It is crucial that to recognize and respect the diverse range of gender identity as vulnerable can stem the societal attitudes inclusion that actively champion the equality and human rights of all genders. Individuals can educate, challenge bases, and amplify voices. Communities should create the safe spaces, organize awareness programs, and support the local initiatives. That's all, Jain.
I'm going to discuss the role of law students for gender justice. So first of all, we have to understand the definition and meaning of gender justice, that is ending the inequalities between women and men that are produced in the family, in the community, in the market, and in the state. The best example of gender justice is a woman's right to property and inheritance. As you know that achieving the goal of gender justice is not an easy task in the society due to the culture and customs, and also from the ancient time, the society is a male dominating society. But in today's world, the gender justice is achievable because we have so many institutions which come under the civil society. The people are aware regarding to the human rights the legal system recognized the human rights for gaining the gender justice. If we talk about the progress of gender justice, so according to the report by the UN in September 2022, it could take close to 300 more years to achieve the gender justice in the current at the current rate. The developed states such as US still not achieved the fully gender justice or gender equality. Not even a single country achieved gender justice. According to the UN report of 2021, nearly 1 out of 5 women from the age of 20 to 24 were married before turning 18. This data shows that we are doing a little great, but according to this data, we have to work 17 times faster to abolish the child marriage related to women. Now I am going to tell you some data and statistics related to the offenses. Number 1 out of 10 women and girls aged from 15 to 49 was subjected to sexual and physical assault. Second, in every 11 minutes, one girl or woman is killed by someone in her own family. Number 3, in rural areas, 61% of girls do not attend secondary school. Number 4, it will take another 286 years to remove the discriminatory laws for women and girls. Number 5, in every 51 hour, in every hour, there are 51 FIR related to women offences. For achieving these goals, the role of legislation is so important. They have to implement and amend new laws for the gender justice and gender equality. And not only the legislation, it is the duty of every person to respect the gender justice. In today's society, people are not so aware the role of educated people, especially law students, is increased for spreading the awareness related to gender justice and gender equality. The law students have worked hard because they are social engineers in the society, and human rights are both social and legal. All the data is present on the internet and on the website of the civil society. We have to study that data, and we have to work and help the society for achieving the gender justice. But this is not only in the hands of students alone. The law colleges have to take initiate and encourage the students for doing the welfare work in the society. The law institutions have to organize seminars and webinars and have to collaborate with the civil societies such as NGOs and etc. for spreading awareness first in legal students. They will work properly, and maybe in future they will make new laws and amendments for gaining the gender justice and equality. It is my humble request to the law colleges to reserve a day in a month for spreading awareness with the help of law students. They have to go in between the people and have to aware them about their human rights and laws related to human rights. This is the era of globalization, to empower and to spread awareness among the people very easily. But people have to be supportive. Now I am going to tell you the reality. That we are discussing here all the data and other statistics, but only reading is not enough. We have to work on it. We are the social engineers. We are going to shape the society. But no one cares in reality. After this session, I don't think even a single step is taken by the law students or by the colleges or by the civil societies. I am damn pretty sure. Instead of reading, we have to do some implementation in the society, such as recently our legislation introduced a law related to living relationship, which will not only protect the woman but also protect the child and its human rights from the birth. And we are talking about the gender equality and justice, so we can't forget about men. Men gender equality is also important because they are also the part of the society, and we are talking about human rights. So human rights are both for both women and men. So if we are only talk about women, it is not good. We have to take care of men. Also gender equality stands for all, but we can't deny the fact that women are more in need of human rights. All persons have the human rights from their birth, but the knowledge and awareness is not so much, so we don't know about our rights. That's why the violation occurs and take place. The law students' role is clear here to raise the voice against any type of violation of right and aware the society by their rights. In the last, I just want to say, I think legislature have to make new laws and amendments and for better working and force the civil society to do work more efficiently. Thank you.
We would like to extend our heartiest gratitude to our Chair, Deputy Commandant Shamlal Sir, our Co-Chair, Ms. Afreen Almas Ma'am, and Mr. Ajay Raj Sir for their tremendous efforts in ensuring the smooth functioning and completion of the last session of our seminar, Human Rights and Women Rights. We would like to thank all the participants for their hard work and sharing their opinion on various aspects of human rights of women. Then we would like to thank the audience members and all the students for being patient and maintaining peaceful presence in our seminar. Thank you.
It is with great honor and privilege that we, Ankita Singh and Suchita Tripathi from BLLB 4th year, stands before you today as the Human Rights and Women Rights Seminar here at our college. As the reporters, it is our duty to reflect on the key insights and takeaways that have emerged from our sessions. In doing so, I am reminding the words of Professor Dr. Reena Vishnoi ma'am that society is better when women is given equality and not being taken for granted. Further, enlightening the words of Honorable Chief Speaker for the seminar, Professor Dr. Jawaharlal Kaul sir, that greatest right of a woman is not to be treated as invisible individual but as a part and parcel of growth of our country, and law is an instrument for achieving that social change. Our next speaker, Honorable Shri Shyam Lal sir, highlighted the duties of a police officer with reference to human rights and wonderfully remarked that a policeman is the last member of the society. Moving forward in the series, our Honorable Director Rajesh Chandra sir enlightened us with the history of human rights and essence of these rights under Indian Constitution and its connection with international conventions. He very smoothly explained the role of Indian judiciary in empowerment of women.
Since morning we have discussed number of issues related to the women rights and human rights of the children and women. But problem is the mindset. The conclusion, in conclusion, we can say that the mindset, the problem comes with mindset. For example, when we speak in public, we speak something differently, but when we act in the society in real life, we act something differently. There is a number of laws, and recently a law has been passed by the Legislative Assembly of the Uttarakhand, that is the Common Civil Code of Uttarakhand. A law we have discussed in the class about the law, and I have taken the opinion from the students. All the students appreciated the law, that the law is very good and it is very fine initiative which has been taken by the Legislative Assembly for the reforms in civil law, family related to the gender equality. But some issues are there in that law. For example, if a couple who is going to enter or who is going to form a civil union, who is going to enter into live-in relationship, it is mandatory for him to get his registered his union within 1 month. If within 1 month he is not get registered his union, then it is declared crime under this law. He can be punished for 3 months imprisonment. Here the live-in relationship has been criminalized as well as decriminalized together in this law. Second thing is that if age of a female is less than 21 years and he is going to enter in the live-in relationship, then she should take the consent of her parents. But the age of marriage is 18 years for the female and 21 years for the male. Here is a discrimination. If a lady is going to enter or is going to form a union of a live-in relationship, then and her age is less than 21 years, then he has to take the consent of her parents. But if a girl is going to enter into the marriage and his age is less than her age is 18 years, then there is no requirement of consent of the parents. So she can enter into the marriage relationship without the consent of the parent. There is a discrimination in this field. So when we talk about the mindset, when we discuss the things in seminar and otherwise in public, we discuss something differently. But when we are going to implement through the law, we make the law differently. Then we do not consider both the things on similar pattern. So this is the issue of the, I think this is the issue of the mindset. We should change the mindset, then the things can be changed in the society. So with this, I would like to thank to all the present here, and thank you.
I request Praveen Kumar sir to kindly come up on the stage and share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, sir. See that in the morning I could not get the time properly to convey my message. The title of my paper was that a Buddha and a human right, and see that everybody talks according to as per his specialization. Of course, that honestly I confess that I do not have a much understanding about the law than you. You are a veteran student. You better know law than me. But I was talking in the term of Buddhism, in the term of in the teachings of the Buddha. What I wanted to convey, that when the Buddhism was evolving and growing in Indian society during the 6th century BC, there was a discrimination in the society because of in the Varna. One side, that one section, the Brahmin section of the society had a lot of privileged rights, and the Shudras had to suffer a lot for the Pali literature informers. Buddha wanted to enlighten the society during the 45 years of his discrimination, that nobody becomes great by taking merely birth in a particular caste and a community. It is your action which determines either you are a Brahmin or you are a Shudras. When he says that na jacha vaslo hoti na vaslo hoti brahmano, kamuna vaslo hoti kamuna hoti brahmano, no one becomes a Brahmin by taking merely birth in the Brahmin community, and no one becomes a Shudras by taking merely Shudras community. It is your action which determines either you are a Brahmin or you are a Shudras. It means that he was talking of in the equality. And a human right, it means that the liberty, equality and a fraternity. When he opened the Sangha, gate of his Sangha, his Sangha was open for in the all, irrespective of in the caste, race and the discrimination. And 10% of the Buddha disciples were from in the lower community. Generally, we believe that we have borrowed the contents of in the Indian Constitution from in the French Revolution. Liberty, equality concept we have borrowed from in the French Revolution, which happened in the year 1789. But a great thinker like in the Ambedkar informed us that it is wrong to believe that we have borrowed these concepts from in the French Revolution. It is our indigenous, it is our own. Buddha was the first one who taught of all these opportunity like in the liberty, equality and the fraternity. Another thing that a women right is concerned, that a Buddha opened the gate of his Sangha for the equal benefit of the male and a female both. It was an revolutionary event in the ancient Indian history.
Already 3 minutes are over. Only last 25 seconds to conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. And the third important thing that we talk of in this general discrimination and women are being raped and harassed. So if I give you a lecture and you give me a lecture, through all these lectures, if these are not a means to stop this kind of in the heinous crime, that a Buddha enlightened us. Two important things I would like to convey, that why such heinous crime it takes place. It is because of the impurity of our mind. And why this impurity? Because we don't understand the real nature of the things. So Buddha enlightened us with the meditation like a vipassana and eightfold path, and it does not only stand for in the attainment of in the liberation and the nibbana, but it is equally useful in our day-to-day life. Thank you. I thank this Bhagavad sir for his generosity I to all of you that you gave me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
It is our privilege to have amongst us an distinguished academician, researcher, and academic leader with a PhD in botany, microbiology, Dr. A.P. Kirk. His exceptional contributions to research, including over 150 published papers, exemplified by his role as the founder head of microbiology at CCS University, Meerut, showcasing his commitment to academic excellence and student success. We welcome you, sir, and I kindly request you to come up on the stage and share your guidance with the audience.
Here, first of all, I would like to start with the topic. Human rights and women rights. How many of you agree that this is the right topic? Please raise your hands. How many you agree? Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Dr. Goel, what I was saying, that this is not a right topic. It means that the women are not included in the human. When we say human rights and women rights, it means that the women are not normally included in human. It's wrong. The word human was first introduced in 13th century. It was introduced for men and women both. But where the woman has been avoided or omitted or been left from the word human, this is the you law people who have to find it out. Why and from where and how the woman has been left out from the word human. So this is the one of the mental food what I am giving to you. Are the rights of human and woman different? Yes or no? How many of you agree that yes, are different? My question is, how many of you agree that the rights of human and the rights of women are different? You are the students of law. How many you agree? Please raise your hands. Are different? Only 3, 4. Very good. At least 3 people could realize that the rights of women are different from the rights of human or rights of men. But the rest of the people, they think that the rights of women and rights of men are the same. No. The women, they have some different and additional rights which need to be given to them in the society, in the constitution, in our mindset. So this is a topic. Now I am coming to again one of the more important thing, human rights when we talk. How many of you agree that the US says that they are the champion of the human rights? US claim that they are the champion of human rights. Do you agree or not? No. Okay. Who says no? Can you give any example? Yes, please. Yes. Any one glaring example by which you can prove at international forum that the US is not the right human champion, human rights champion. That violation is by the society, not by the constitution. Now I am defending it. Now you prove. That right is by the society, but not by the constitution. That is I told you that this is the society. But the constitutional position is different. Now I will give you the example of the constitution. Yes, please. But now I am talking of the now. Now they have the equal rights. I want to know, because you are the student of law and the Subharti students of law have to be the best in the world. Have to be the best in the world. Yes, please.
So they cannot abort. Abortion is not legal. After, like, if they are not married, then they cannot abort. that is one of the violations.
Do you consider that the right of abortion is a human right?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't agree with this. Because the right of abortion, this is your personal right, but the body who is having that is also the human. That has been deliberately discussed several times in the World Forum, and it has not been accepted as the human right. It has been accepted as the personal right, personal liberty. Yes, anyone can tell. Whosoever will tell will get one book from me. No? Should I tell now? You open your mobile phones. Google 13th Amendment of the Constitution of America. Google it. Open your mobile or laptop, whatever it is. 13th Amendment of the Constitution of America. Net nahi aa raha. Okay, let me tell. By 13th Amendment in May 2022, the US said that they have abolished now the slavery. But still, what they did it, by making this amendment, they avoided or they eliminated the slavery from the public. But still the persons who are convicted of the crime, they are still the slave. Those who are convicted of the crime, they are treated like slave because they don't have the rights, they don't have human rights. Now, do you consider that the convicted pupil of the crime should have the human rights or not? So, India, we give the rights to the convicted pupil. We give the rights. So, India is a greater champion of the human rights than the US. Now the time has come when the India should also start airing its views about the international laws. But this is the right time. Then only we can make our distinct place in the international society. आपको कितने लोगों को आपको पता है कि जैसे मैकडी और ये जितने भी आपके यूएस की जो चेन है फूड वाली, इसके अंदर जितना भी आइटम्स प्रोड्यूस होते हैं वो सब क्रिमिनल जो हैं, कन्विक्टेड क्रिमिनल हैं, वो बनाते हैं. कितने लोगों को पता है? एंड दे डोंट हैव द राइट. अगर उनको छुट्टी के राइट्स नहीं हैं, उनको पूरे 365 दिन काम करना होता है, उनको कोई छुट्टी नहीं मिलती, और उसको वो क्या कहते हैं कि वी आर रिहेबिलिटेटिंग देम अंडर द गार्ब ऑफ द रिहेबिलेशन. They are exploited. So if you have made a law for the exploitation, so will you call it as the human rights? There is a protest now. After the amendment, many of the people in US, they are making a protest against the 13th constitutional amendment of the US. And the people are saying that this is not the right thing. They should also be given the rights of the labor or the liberal rights or the rights of the working people as with the others. So I mean to say that the students of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University School of Law must be best in the world, must explore all the new questions of law whenever they arise. And law, you know that this is the vast field. Every day you find the new things. Every day the new law. Every day new cases. Every day new interpretation. Every day something new. And it is very difficult to keep yourself updated. But I have been talking to Dr. Vaibhav Goyal, who is the mastermind of the law, and he is the brain and the force behind the propagation of law, not only in Subharti but in the northern India as a whole. That he should start making some ignition in your brain, that every week at least you should start discussing some burning problems of the law in your institute, and whenever you want me, you can also call me. So it will be my pleasure. So I wanted to talk to you people. This is a very wonderful topic, very good, but I think that the students of Subharti University should start writing this on the blog, that why and where this women have been lost from the word human. How many of you are writing the blog? No one. Start writing the blog. You people are the students of law, and if you do not communicate, if you do not write, if you do not express, then yes, very good. You've been writing 4 blogs. Okay, so I should now see that at least 20 people, 25 students of Subharti Law College should start writing the blog. And the blog, you collect the topics, such types of the critical topics. For example, the first topic, this I have given to you. Whatever you think, whatever comes to your mind, you write it, that the topic which has been decided by the NHRC, or the topic which has been decided by the, Dr. Gail was telling me that it is decided by the UN also. So you start writing whatever you feel, that where, this is very sad that from the human, why the woman has been eliminated. The word human, it includes the woman also. And this is very sad, that why they are being separated. It should include the things. And what are the separate or the different rights of the woman. So you should start writing the blog. You should start writing even on the social media. You start writing on the something on the Facebook or something, so that your writing skills will improve. Your expression skills will improve. The people will start reading you. People will start knowing that the students of the Subharti University, the law students, they are having their different thinking. They are thinking on the international level. So with these few words, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this wonderful topic and the wonderful program for one-day training. And I hope that you all have learnt something new and something very important for you and for the society, and you will disseminate these rights in the society and will propagate and will get benefit of it. So thank you very much and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, women are not an interest group. They are mothers, daughters, sisters, and wives. They are half of this nation and are capable enough. Being a woman is a superpower itself. But when it comes to conferring rights, it's not easy here. It's good that women know their rights, but it's better to have resources to challenge their violation. It's important to take charge of your rights because as women, we have voice and choice. With that, we move forward and kindly request Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiya sir, the convener and organizing secretary of the training program, to join us on the stage and render us with his concluding remarks.
Thank you one and all. Chief guest of this valedictory session, Professor Dr. A.P. Garg, Dr. Reena Bishnoi, Dr. Premchand, my fellow colleagues, and my dear friends. As rightly stated by our own Professor A.P. Garg, that human rights and women rights. And he was talking to me that whether human is not the part of women. Yes, definitely, they are the part of the women. And I would like to quote with the word of Professor Upendra Bakshi. Even after 1941, in 1941, this is Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, who came up that in law we should not talk about the right of the men and citizens. Because from Magna Carta to English Bill of Rights to American Bill of Rights, then from then French Revolution, then League of Nations, no one talked about the right of the women. It was simply about the right of the men and citizen. This is the wife of then Prime Minister, then President Miss Roosevelt, Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt. shared, yes, this is the right time. Then we have to talk about what about women? Whether they are the part of the society or not. So first time in law, human right has been introduced, and you will find the word in United Nations Charter. And after that, after hard efforts of Mrs. Roosevelt, we came up with UDHR. 32 article document, and that UDHR is talked about removal of all sort of the discrimination, and gender was one of the category in that gender biasness and gender discrimination is required to be removed. But that was simply the declaration. It was neither the covenant nor the convention nor a treaty. So ultimately it was a requirement that we should come up with certain legal documents so that we can get enforcement of the human rights at domestic level. And the responsibility was given to two committees, and finally they came up with two documents. One is International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, and another was International Convention on Social, Economical and Cultural Rights. Civil and political rights equally to everybody. Social, economic and cultural rights, everybody equally, but resource-based rights. And it has taken 10 years, adopted in 1966 and enforcement 1976, 10 years. It has taken 10 years to get it enforced. What were the reasons? Civil rights, that means right to vote. That means right to life. That means not as such right to eat when we are talking about right to food, but yes, minimum food for survival. And even after 1976, the discrimination was given in terms of which are the right which should be considered on priority and which are the right which should be taken on the second ladder. Before 76, it was 1971 when the global community, they came up with another idea. We are talking about the human right, we are talking about the equal rights, but whether we are equal? We are not equal. Then how we can talk about the equal rights? What about the disabled? What about the senior citizens? What about the marginalized section of those persons who even have no acknowledgement at all? So the work started from 1971 itself with regard to the protection of women, with regard to the protection of the disabled, with regard to the protection of senior citizens, or you can say old age persons. So ultimately these three things, or these three prepositions, or government start working, global governments start working on these three prepositions before the enforcement of ICCPR and ICSCR. And after 1976, it was CEDAW and CRC. CEDAW is Convention on the Elimination of the Discrimination Against Women, and CRC is Child Right Convention. That means we talked very big and we talked about the human right, and we came up with a human right document. But ultimately, those documents were not complete because they were totally equal in terms of equals. They were not talking about those neglected individuals. They were not talking about the oppressed and suppressed individuals. They were not talking about those who are even not aware what their rights are. Our law in books, that is very good. But actually, what is on the surface? Superficially, everything is very good. But we have to find out, if we want to observe the implementation and enforcement, then they are the n number of the bottlenecks. That is why global community come up with two conventions, and then it has been decided, yes, human rights are for all, but women indeed are in need of n number of rights. And unfortunately, even today, in this 21st century, after the completion of the Millennium Development Goal in 2015, the entire world community forced the lawmakers or the thinkers or the activists to come up with the Sustainable Development Goal, where the objective is to attain all the objective by 2030. I'm not sure whether we will be in a position or not. My first paper presentation, that was in one international conference, that was in global health law perspective, and it was in 1997 in Vigyan Bhavan. and the topic of my paper was Health for All by year 2000 in light, the theory of pleasure and pain in light of Health for All by year 2000. Health for All by 2000 was the slogan of WHO, which was given in 1991 or 1992. And at that time, I have presented in my paper the present speed, the way we are grooming, the way we are nurturing, the way we are, educating, or the way we are, thinking. It will be rather impossible to get all the health for all at primary level, even by 2020. But yes, if we will follow the vision of then President APJ Abdul Kalam की कई चीजें चलती थी उस समय में, then definitely I am sure that by year 2040 we will be in a position to attain the target of WTO, that is health for all. Even today, when I am here in 2024, sorry to say, we will not be in a position to ensure primary health care for all by year 2050. Sustainable development goals are with us, but we have to find out our commitment. We are talking about the human right and women right, though sir has already concluded and already said it was the question before you to find out or to test you how you are looking over the topic. Automatically sir given you the thought कि आप इसके ऊपर काम कीजिए और सोचिए कि ये दोनों टर्म अलग क्यों हैं. A lady, the illiterate lady, a lady who is being considered as a commodity at the time of marriage, because she will not be given the opportunity to choose her own partner. And even in the country where the lady has been given the opportunity to elect her husband by way of Swayamvar, if I will talk about the ancient scriptures and our roots of our country India. So when we are not giving right to choice to the person who are sane, who are having the brain, and furthermore they are equally participating in different forum, social, political, economical, civil, whatsoever the forum is, but they have no right to choose their own option. Sometime in the name of caste, sometime in the name of religion, sometime in the name of status, sometime in the name of those hidden barriers, like there is a one disease that is leukoderma, but they are the signs कि वो परपिचुअल जेनेटिक होती हैं वो चीजें. तो अगर यदि एक लड़की एक पार्टनर चूज करना चाहती है तो वहां पर उसके फैमिली मेंबर नो. व्हाट अबाउट द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन? देयर आर द एन नंबर ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, those medical issues and medical problems which are not common to all. And if one want to reject her partner because of some medical ailments and otherwise with the husband, even then the family prestige, false ego, and Hippocratic commitments from the family members, from the friends, from everywhere, from every corner. Until and unless we are not fair, we are not good, we are not just, we are not right, how we can say we are the humans? Do we consider ourselves as the member of the Homo sapiens species? If yes, then we should be considered that we are equal. Even in our college, in our class, in our society, here and there are the n number of discriminations. अगर यदि हमारी माता जी को मोबाइल चलाना नहीं आता तो पोती क्या कहेगी? दादी जी आप तो छोड़ दो. अगर यदि यूपीआई से पैसा गलत तरीके से गलत पासवर्ड दे दिया आपकी दादी या मदर ने तो आपको लगेगा बताइए मम्मी आपको यह भी नहीं आता. दिस इज द बिटर ट्रूथ ऑफ विच सोसाइटी, जो क्लास 1 सोसाइटी है. I have n number of examples where I have seen the neglected senior citizens who served the country as a Indian civil services, as a part of the Indian services, but they were forced to leave the house, and ultimately they have hided their face. They hide their face at different places, and that happened in the national capital territory of India, that is in Delhi. So when we are talking about the human rights of women, that is one topic, human right and women right. But there are many topics. Human rights and the rights of the transgenders. Human rights and the rights of the neglected senior citizens. Human rights and the rights of those acid attack victims who are forced to commit suicide. Human rights or those victims who are the rape victim, where our ego, male ego, which come in between to accept our daughter that she is our daughter, to accept our sister that she is our sister. Ultimately, we have to understand a society where we are living. But definitely, yes, the objective of the event will not be completed until and unless we will not deliberate, we will not initiate dialogue, and we will not come together to talk on the different corners and in the different, viewpoints. Because differences of the opinion can only give a better result, and that is the base of the research. Since Sir is the research director, so Sir has given different dimensions. On one, topic is wrong. On another, whether the right of the men and the human, they are similar. You said no, then he said, you said yes, then Sir said no. These are different. Few states have accepted special leave for female. Today, special leave be on the basis of their biological conditions, and that is because of the nature. But central government has, even today, they have not incorporated those, special leaves for the serving women. So when we are talking, though we are talking about the equal work, equal pay for the all genders, so disparity is there even when we are talking about the parity. So first we have to remove hypocrisy. The objective of the event is that we should initiate dialogue and we can sensitize you and we can spread awareness. Sustainable development goal is to remove all sort of inequality. How we can remove all sort of inequality? We cannot, because we are not committed. We are forcefully sitting here, and even the way we are sitting here, we are not sitting like as if we are attentive. इवन मेडिकल साइंस भी कहती है कि यदि कमर को थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा करके बैठा जाए तो बैकबोन में प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है. एक साहब बैठे हुए टोपी लगाकर, मेरे ख्याल से इनका नाम छोटू कुमार है, बहुत देर से बातें कर रहे हैं जैसे कि यहां पर जो लोग खड़े हुए हैं पता नहीं क्या राम कहानी बता रहे होंगे, इनके काम की नहीं है. आप जैसे विद्वत लोगों को मैं नमस्कार करता हूं, लेकिन दुख इस बात का है कि आज के इस सेमिनार के अंदर अगर यदि आप सेंसिटिव नहीं हैं, आप सीरियस नहीं हैं, समाज का एक व्यक्ति भी अगर यदि सेंसिटाइज नहीं हो पाता है तो फेलियर हमारे समाज का है, हमारा है, हमारे देश का है. और एक व्यक्ति, 100 में से एक व्यक्ति भी कम है, करोड़ों में से एक व्यक्ति भी कम है, मिलियंस, ट्रिलियंस, इवन खरबों में, मतलब मिलियन, ट्रिलियन, मिलियंस में भी एक व्यक्ति कम है तो वो 100% नहीं हो सकता. और अगर ये एक व्यक्ति भी यहां पर इस तरीके से मतलब एक ऐसे बिहेवियर के साथ बैठा हुआ है कि जैसे क्या हो रहा है यहां पर, देन वी विल नॉट बी इन ए पोजीशन टू अचीव द टारगेट, achieve the objective. What we are thinking that by 2047 after completion of 100 year of independence, ऐसा नहीं हम चांद तोड़ लाएंगे, हम तारों को जमीन पर उतार लाएंगे, लेकिन सोचा यह गया है शायद आप लोगों के अंदर वो ऊर्जा का संचार हो जाएगा कि हमारा देश बदल जाएगा. ये सोचा था कि जो हमारा प्राचीन भारत था, जो हमारी एंशिएंट इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है, we will talk in terms of those knowledge system and we will again considered as the best round the globe. Again we will be considered as a golden globe, golden bowl. But not possible, क्योंकि यहां तो एक व्यक्ति भी कम रहा तो खरबों को भी 100% नहीं हो सकता. और जब तक हमारी proximity 100% नहीं है, we will not be in a position to achieve the target. Though the objective of NHRC is to embark you, ये NHRC में जितने भी लोग हैं, क्या उन्हें ह्यूमन राइट पढ़ाने की जरूरत होगी? सर ने जहां पर जितना बोला उससे आपको आइडिया लग गया होगा. Being a microbiologist, since he is a member of Homo sapiens species, he is very much active and he can be considered as an activist of human right. But you are from the law domain, by and large. Few are from the science, few are from the nursing, and few are from the different fields. But by and large, but you are not serious. पीड़ा होनी चाहिए अगर यदि एक कानून भी टूटता है, क्योंकि आपका रिश्ता कानून से सीधा है. एनएचआरसी ने मॉर्निंग में जब हमारा, सर मैं बताना चाहूंगा, जैसे ही सेमिनार हमारा स्टार्ट हुआ, एनएचआरसी ने हमारे सेमिनार को तुरंत ट्विटर पे ट्वीट किया, एनएचआरसी ने अपने हैंडल से, और उस हैंडल पर ट्वीट होते ही मैंने देखा सुबह 11 बजे तक लगभग 350 व्यू थे और उसके अंदर 2 पोस्ट रीपोस्ट हुए और वो दोनों पोस्ट रेप विक्टिम के बारे में थे. दैट मीन्स जो हमारी जागरूक समाज है वो सोचता है कि किस तरीके से अपनी आवाज को एनएचआरसी तक पहुंचाया जा सके और इन ऐसे मंच के माध्यम से आप लोगों को जागरूक करने का प्रयास करता है एनएचआरसी. यहां पर अगर एक बच्चा पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रहा है तो उसने कुछ तो तैयारी की होगी. अगर यदि उसने वीडियो भी बनाया तो उसने अपने टॉपिक से कनेक्ट करके एक वीडियो ढूंढा तो होगा. गिरने पर हंसना बहुत आसान है, गिरकर संभलना और फिर संभल के खड़े होना बहुत मुश्किल है. Failure is the pillar of success and the person who never failed can never get success. If you are running behind the success, you can never achieve success. But if you learn, if you are running behind knowledge, if you want to learn, then nobody can check you and nobody can stop you to get success. The point is, what is the objective behind? You are here in Subharti Law College. Definitely, if you will here for the purpose of knowledge, then as stated by our Director Research, the Subharti Law College will be the best in the globe. Definitely it will be. But it will not be if any one of you think डिग्री तो लेनी है. ज्यादा पढ़ने वाले ही क्या उखाड़ लेते हैं, ज्यादा काम करने वाले क्या उखाड़ लेते हैं. Today I was sharing one experience of one student. She was from Bennett. I was talking that what is the difference in between Subharti Law College and Bennett. She said that every working and every task that is in the hand of the student, with diligently and honestly, with no intention of take away some money for the purpose of their personal eating and fooding. क्या यहां पर आप लोगों को कोई एक्टिविटी दे दी जाए कि आप टीचर्स के बिना अकेले कर पाते हैं? एमसीए मूड कोर्ट एसोसिएशन बना हुआ है. कितने लोग मूड कोर्ट एसोसिएशन के यहां पर हैं? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. कितने में से? 4. योर एसोसिएशन इज मोस्ट सबसे जागरूक एसोसिएशन कहेंगे हम यहां पर. मैं तो एक की बात कर रहा हूं सर, 25 तो बहुत बड़ा होता है. हमारे ही कॉलेज के अंदर एक स्टूडेंट अक्सर मुझसे कहा करती थी, सर अगर यदि 0 tends to infinite 1 अगर यदि कम है, that is not 100%. And I believe to work 100%. If I will not work, I cannot do 100%. I will not commit you. Make your commitments with anyone, with the society, with the human race, with the mankind, with the womankind, with the senior citizen, with the marginalized person, with the scheduled caste, with the scheduled tribe, with the transgenders. Make your commitment with anybody. If you cannot make your commitment with your parents, make your commitment with your institution. If you cannot, at least have your commitment with yourself. Even you cannot commit something to yourself. तो बहुत पहले सुकरात क्या के चले गए, we are the animals. And actually we are the animals if we cannot have one commitment for ourselves. We are the animals in the skin of Homo sapiens species. If we want to prove that we are the member of Homo sapiens species, then you have to come out and you have to prove that you are the member of Homo sapiens species. I am taking much time because opportunity has been given for the purpose of concluding remark, and sir has given me the food for thought with the topic, and even last year our topic was same. And it was asked to take the same topic again because the objectivity of the government is to have gender equity. We are not talking about the gender empowerment. We are not talking about the women right. We are not talking about the gender equality. Rather, we are talking about gender equity. Then there is a big difference in between equity and equality. Only one student is writing a blog. Blog writing, if you cannot write blog and you will be the job finder. Law professionals will never be the job finders. There are n number of examples in district courts and in high courts. They have been offered judgeship in High Court and Supreme Court, but they refused because they were the job creator. They were not the job seeker. And today, the problem is law professionals are job seeker because they are not having that much skills which is essentially required as per the objective of Bar Council of India, as per the requirement of legal education. And the commitment of an advocate is to fight for his or her client. And the best example is the example of Sardar Patel. Just try to find out on Google, सरदार पटेल जो आयरन मैन थे, एक लॉयर के रूप में उनका कमिटमेंट कितना था. मालूम होगा आपको, उनकी मदर के पास उनकी मदर की डेथ का टेलीग्राम आता है. वो आर्ग्यू कर रहे होते हैं, केस जीत जाते हैं, बैठकर उनकी आंखों में आंसू होता है. दैट वाज द कमिटमेंट. लेकिन हम झूठे बहाने लेकर छुट्टी लेकर चले जाते हैं, समय पर काम पूरा नहीं करते, प्रोजेक्ट जमा नहीं करते, मेमोरियल जमा नहीं करते. ह्यूमन राइट की बात होती है तो हम लोगों में डिफरेंसेस क्रिएट करते हैं, समटाइम इन द नेम ऑफ कास्ट, समटाइम इन द नेम ऑफ रिलीजन. हाउ वी कैन से दैट वी आर द मेंबर ऑफ होमो सैपियंस स्पीसीज. आई रिक्वेस्ट विद दिस अगस्त गैदरिंग, क्योंकि आप शाम को 5 बजे तक यहां रुक पाए हैं, 5:30 बजे, सॉरी माई मिस्टेक, 5:30 तक आप रुके हैं, तो मैं इतना तो जरूर कहूंगा, जबरदस्ती ही क्यों ना सही, आप मेरे देश के जागरूक नागरिक जरूर हैं. क्योंकि आज का तो वो जमाना है ना, जबरदस्ती एग्जाम भी देने नहीं जाता बच्चा. मालूम है 5 साल का कोर्स 8 साल में हो जाएगा. टुमारो नेवर कम्स एंड देयर इज नो अनडू कमांड इन अवर लाइफ. जो लम्हा पिछला बीत गया, मैं उसे दोबारा नहीं जी सकता. अगर कोई वो टेक्निक आ जाए मेडिकल साइंस के पास कि जो लम्हा, चाहे वो टाइम मशीन भी, अगर वो उस फीलिंग के साथ मेरे उस टाइम को मुझे लौटा दे जो मैंने कभी जाया किया होगा, तो शायद मैं कह पाऊंगा कि हां मैं बेस्ट हूं. क्योंकि वो जब मैंने जाया किया, मुझे किसी ने बताया नहीं, और आज जब हम बता रहे हैं तो मैं आपकी जगह पर अपने आप को समझूं तो मैंने समझा नहीं, और जब समझा तो वो समय मेरे पास रहा नहीं. अंत में मलाल के अलावा मेरे पास कुछ बचा नहीं. मैं नहीं चाहता कि आपके जीवन में इस तरीके की चीजें रहें कि आप एंड में जाकर कहें अब समय नहीं है. इवन यू हैव टाइम. मैंने देखा है जो 3rd ईयर से अपनी पढ़ाई में सीरियस होते हैं, 3rd ईयर तक कैसे भी हों, वो बहुत आगे गए हैं. और जो 3rd ईयर के बाद में अपनी पढ़ाई के अंदर, क्योंकि 3rd ईयर इन 5 ईयर कोर्स दैट इज इन द मिडिल, अगर थोड़े से भी डेविएट होते हैं, मैंने उन्हें बहुत ऊपर से नीचे आते देखा है. और सच कह रहा हूं, फ्रॉम द कोर ऑफ माई हार्ट, उनके लिए मैं रोया भी हूं, क्योंकि मैंने सोचा था कि वो बहुत आगे निकलेंगे, वो नहीं निकले. क्योंकि मेरा सफलता, मैं बहुत आगे पहुंच जाऊं, किसी गवर्नमेंट नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी या सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर बन जाऊं, हार्वर्ड ऑक्सफोर्ड पहुंच जाऊं, दैट विल नॉट बी माई सक्सेस. लेकिन अगर दी मेरे पढ़ाए हुए बच्चे हार्वर्ड और ऑक्सफोर्ड के अंदर प्रोफेसर बन गए, वो मेरी सफलता होगी. मेरा सिर्फ यही एक विजन है कि हिंदुस्तान के हर जिले में, हिंदुस्तान के हर स्टेट में मेरे यहाँ के बच्चे वकील हों, मेरे यहाँ के बच्चे जज हों, और पूरे विश्व के अंदर अगर यदि कानून की बात हो तो वहां पर कहीं ना कहीं वर्चुअली या फिजिकली मेरे यहाँ के बच्चे जरूर हस्ताक्षर बने. और अगर यदि आप बन पाते हैं तो NHRC का, सुभारती लॉ कॉलेज का, और आज के सेमिनार का, और आपके माता पिता का जो उद्देश्य है, वो सबका उद्देश्य पूरा हो जाएगा और आपकी जिंदगी सार्थक होगी. मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप घर जाकर कुछ बातें अपने छोटे भाई बहनों से, कुछ अपने माता पिता से, जिनके घर में दादा दादी हों, मेरा निवेदन, कम से कम उन्हें कुछ अधिकारों के बारे में जरूर बताइएगा. पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जो उन अधिकारों को उन्होंने अनदेखा किया होगा, क्योंकि जब उन्होंने अपनी आंखें खोली तो वो गुलामी की जंजीरों में थे. उन्हें बताइएगा जरूर, क्योंकि वो हमारे वो टॉर्च बियरर्स हैं जो हमें कभी दिखाई नहीं देते, लेकिन हमेशा परेशानी में, आज भी अंधेरे में वो हमें रोशनी दिखाने के लायक हैं. तो हमारे उन दादा लोगों को, हमारी दादी लोगों को, हमें ज़रूर बताना है कि हमारा समाज कहाँ जा रहा है, और अगर हम ऐसा कर पाते हैं तो हमारा ये प्रयास आज का सफल होगा। बहुत समय ले लिया आपका, मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ यहाँ पर धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूँगा हमारे आज के वैलिडिटी सेशन के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर AP गर्ग सर का। मैं धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूँगा हमारे को चेयर डॉक्टर प्रेम जी का, डॉक्टर रीना मैडम का। मैं धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूँगा यहाँ के फैकल्टी मेंबर अजय राज जी, सोनल मैडम, ऐना मैडम, आफरीन मैडम, विकास सर, शालिनी जी, अरशद नंदन जी और अगर जी सारिका मैडम, जितने भी लोग फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उन सभी का। आफरीन मैडम की बच्चे की तबीयत 2 दिन से ख़राब है, उसके बावजूद भी वो यहाँ पर थी और अभी वो ऑटो से गई हैं क्योंकि घर पर उन्हें बच्चे को देखना है। वो कमिटमेंट कितने बच्चों में होगा यहाँ पर? आप तो झूठा वादा करके क्लास भी अटेंड नहीं करते। शाम को अपने दोस्तों के साथ घूमने के लिए तबीयत ठीक है, औंस पड़ रही है, लेकिन दोस्त के साथ घूम रहे हैं। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि किस दोस्त के साथ घूम रहे हैं क्योंकि ह्यूमन राइट का वायलेशन हो जाएगा, महिलाओं के अधिकारों वाली बात है, लेकिन क्लास में आने के लिए तबीयत खराब है क्योंकि वो उनका राइट है, लेकिन क्लास में पढ़ना आपकी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। और हम सुभारती में रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फर्स्ट की बात करते हैं, लेकिन आप लोग यहां पर रुके, शायद आज पूरे दिन में इन 7.5 घंटों में हमारा प्रयास जो हमने किया आप तक कुछ पहुंचा पाए। अगर यदि वो हमारा संदेश आप तक पहुंचा है तो धन्यवाद करूंगा उन सभी का जो सुबह से लेकर अभी तक यहां पर थे। धन्यवाद उन सभी कॉलेजों का जिन्होंने आप बच्चों को यहां पर भेजा जो डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट से हैं। धन्यवाद आप सभी का, और जोरदार तालियां पहले अपने लिए क्योंकि आप अभी तक बैठे हुए हैं। धन्यवाद इस सेमिनार के अंदर जो सुबह नाम छूट गए थे उन सभी का, और जो सुबह नाम नहीं छूटे थे उन सभी का। उसके अलावा विशेष धन्यवाद 4 लोगों का, आपका नाम नहीं मालूम मुझे। शुभम कौशिक, जुगरान जी, पलक एंड मैंने सोचा था आशीष का बोलूंगा, इफ्रा का छोड़ दूंगा, 4 बोले थे लेकिन उनसे पहले ही बोल दिया तो इफ्रा का बोलना पड़ेगा। इफ्रा का, इन चारों का इसलिए क्योंकि जिस तरीके से खड़े होकर एक एक चीज़ को कैमरे में कैद करना, एक एक मिनट के हिसाब से चीज़ों को आगे चलाना, तो आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू ऑल 4 ऑफ यू। एंड आशीष जो यहाँ पर पहले कंप्यूटर पे बैठे थे, अब पीछे माइक को देख रहे हैं क्योंकि माइक में पीछे गड़बड़ी हो रही थी, आशीष जी का। और यहाँ पर बाकी जो फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उन जो दूसरे कॉलेजों से हैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद। और मैं निवेदन करूँगा कि आप सभी लोग जो यहाँ पर हैं अपना सर्टिफिकेट हमारे इस सेशन के चीफ गेस्ट से लेकर जाएं। बाहर चाय नाश्ता लग चुका है, बहुत जल्दी आइएगा, बहुत जल्दी कैमरे में कैद कीजिएगा सभी को। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ सभी विजिबल इनविजिबल पावर्स का धन्यवाद, बार बार धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।